So hello, everyone. It is 2 p.m. Bishkek time, and I can see that the participants and some of the speakers are coming in. So welcome to everyone, but I will not keep much of your time. Just briefly introduce myself to those who are already online. My name is Anja Mir. I will be moderating this session today and tomorrow, and we'll say more about what I'm doing and give a brief introduction later on. But since we already started and we have a lot of participants joining, I would immediately pass on to the director of the OSCE Academy, Alexander Wolters, who's already online and waiting for you, and he will be going on through the introductory session, and also pass on to Alexander Rosenblätter, the director from the Friedrich Ebert Foundation in Bishkek. Alexander, you have the floor. Alexander Wolters.
Welcome to our conference on value transformation in Central Asia. I start with my usual regret, which I have to state currently in the last weeks and months for every event that we are organizing. It's a regret that we can't welcome you here in Bishkek and in our premises in the OSCE Academy. By now we have two reasons why this seems to be impossible or unlikely, Corona being the usual one, but for the last days Kyrgyzstan has also been witnessing, I would call it, political uncertainties, which have made it quite difficult for us to now predict how it's going to continue the next days. And therefore we would have, even without Corona, maybe rescheduled this event. So good that you are all online and good that you are with us. And I would like to thank our partners for having made this also possible together with us. And here my thanks first and foremost go to our colleagues at the Friedrich Ebert Foundation, and to Johanna Lutz and Alexander Rosenblätter and their teams in their offices in Vienna and here in Bishkek. My thanks also go to you, of course, Anja, who works with us here at the OSCE Academy and who has initiated and actually organized, coordinated this whole conference, developed its program, and I'm very, very thankful for such hard work. I'm very glad to see colleagues from partner organizations or organizations we have been collaborating with in the past, from the World Value Service, from VDEM, from Central Asian Barometer, and I'm delighted to see that we all have come together to discuss values and their transformation in Central Asia. That brings me a little bit back to what's happening right now here in Kyrgyzstan, those political uncertainties. It's difficult to make sense of what's ongoing, and if I see the debates unfolding, it seems like it has also to do with values. Is this now a generational conflict we are observing, with the youth trying to press itself or pressure itself into structures of power held back by old elites? Are we just observing another round of a power struggle? Are we facing an authoritarianization of the political system in Kyrgyzstan, or looking into the usual unpredictability that has distinguished Kyrgyz politics from its neighbors? So far, the experts, the academics that I have been in contact with, the posts I was reading, point into all possible directions. And I believe values and the way they shape political contestation, or are being shaped by political contestation, are at least one major question of it. And so I could imagine that some of the discussions in the next 2 days will be also touching upon the events we are currently unfolding here. With all the preliminary assessment that such kind of statements have, but still I would say an expression of the need for us in the academic sphere to come back to the question of what values actually are made up of and how they are shaped by events. For somebody who has been working on Kyrgyz politics for long and who has been concluding on the position that mistrust and frustration are the main value, not even values, are the main social characteristics you can find about political contestations in Kyrgyzstan, it's in that regard, from an academic point of view, of course, very exciting to see what's happening. I hope that for you, the next 2 days and discussions will be likewise exciting, inspiring, interesting, and I wish you fascinating discussions and ask you all to participate, because we really need the discussions to move forward, and I'm looking forward to the results of this conference. Thank you so much for your participation. And I now hand the floor to my colleague, Alexander, from the Friedrich Ebert Foundation here in Bishkek. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexander. Distinguished speakers, dear participants, dear colleagues, on behalf of the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung Bishkek office, I take great pleasure in welcoming you to our conference today. My name is Alexander Rosenplanter. I'm responsible for the foundation's activities in Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. Not all of today's participants are familiar with the foundation. With the foundation's work, allow me to give you a very brief introduction to it. Friedrich Ebert Stiftung is a public-funded German political foundation committed to the basic principles of social democracy in Germany, as well as in our offices in over 100 countries. We promote democratic values and social justice. Our partners are government agencies, civil society organizations, and of course, academic institutions. In Central Asia region, we have offices in Tashkent, Almaty, Nur-Sultan, and of course here in Bishkek, which was established back in 1993. So for more information, please just visit our website or Facebook, or just get in touch directly with our office. So after the very positive feedback on our first conference on value transformation in Bishkek last year, we decided to make it an annual event. Then the virus came, and we considered whether we should postpone this year's conference. Anya and I'm very glad and thankful we did not. There's so much to discuss, not only in view of the recent very worrying developments here in Kyrgyzstan, but also in a more global perspective. This simply cannot wait. Let me take this opportunity to thank Alexander and Anya from OSCE Academy for this very fruitful cooperation. Also, let me thank all of our distinguished panelists, as well as all of our today's participants for joining us. I'm very much looking forward to our discussions today. Now allow me to introduce to you my dear colleague, Johanna Lutz from FES Vienna office. Only recently, the Friedrich Ebert Foundation established a new project which will focus on nothing less but the future of democracy. I invited Johanna, who's the head of the newly established office, to join us today and give us a brief overview on this exciting and quite ambitious project. Johanna, I'm very happy you are with us today. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this kind introduction, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to quickly introduce myself and our new office. I mean, we live in a very difficult time, and I think it's great that you're having this conference. I think the pandemic has really accelerated certain developments and certain changes that we have seen during the preparation when we were trying to set up the office. Everything was still calm, like last year, and now we have seen that the pandemic, or the measures to combat it, have limited our freedoms. We also know that from latest research, inequality is rising again really sharply, and because of the pandemic, obviously. And I think, you know, because we're talking about values today, our values are being shaken up, and maybe some of the values that we that had been sleeping within us, or we weren't really consciously aware of, are now in this where we all have different measures to endure, are coming up to the surface. And so in this accelerated and difficult time that we are living in, we wanted to take a step back and look at the bigger picture of things. As Alexander has just told you, that we have lots of offices around the world, and we work with on our national offices. We work with a very targeted approach on the rule of law and democracy and human rights, very specific on this on the circumstances that we see there. And what we do now in our office in Vienna is that we will want to look at cross-cutting issues. For example, we want to look at factors that support a stable democracy, or we would like to compare more countries that we all work in and have some knowledge about, but we don't really analyze in a cross-cutting way which factors maybe favor autocratization and so on. And we have put our work on two different pillars. One is democracy and society, and the other one is democracy and economics. Because we as social democrats are very interested also in looking at the nexus between economics and democracy. For example, what kind of different inequalities that exist, which effect this may have on democracy. Yeah, and this is what we'll look at, analyze. And the second task that we have in the office is that we want to work as a platform to support alliances between democratic actors. That could be between different democratic party members or between different NGOs that maybe see or face the similar problems that others have already faced, because we know that autocratic regimes learn from one another. And so we try to connect also the actors that try to work or have to work with these limitations. And thirdly, we will work with different institutional partners. Our geographic region, target region, is the whole OSCE region. So we will also work with the OSCE on democratization issues, but also with the EU and with the Council of Europe. Yeah, so this is mainly the framework and the background that I wanted to give to you. And I'm really looking forward to cooperating with you on the issues. And now I'm really looking forward to this interesting presentation and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johanna, for this overview over this rather sort of recently established office in Vienna. But what was interesting now, of course, to hear from you that you focus on the OSCE region, and that will also mean that we will hear more from you, from the office, on, let's say, democratic research, democratic autocratic research in the near future concerning Central Asia. So, and I'm very happy that we have you with us today. So maybe you can also jump in the discussion, because I know that the Friedrich Ebert Foundation has already conducted some surveys, some inquiries about also values and value change, value transformation. Thank you so much, Johanna. I'm very happy you are with us. I'll just move on now in the program, and I would like to introduce all of you a little bit to the topic before we go on to our first keynote speaker. Everything that we will be discussing today and tomorrow is sort of up to date, very recent, and we're a part of this value transformation process. 2 words about myself. As Alexandra briefly introduced me, my name is Anja Mir. I'm a DAAD associate professor at the OSCE Academy. When I was sort of evacuated from Bishkek to Germany, to Berlin, where I'm currently sitting and waiting on my suitcases to come back to Bishkek, I did not expect to be so long away from Kyrgyzstan and Bishkek. I'm still here, and now that I was planning to go back, we had these political incidents, and actually the foreign ministry kind of banned all foreigners to currently go back to Bishkek, but I hope I will be back in the next couple of weeks, or to Central Asia. So we are living in very interesting and difficult times, and it cannot be more timely than this topic, value transformation. This is not a sort of up-to-date topic, because values have been sort of discussed over the past 30 years in the region, in Central Asia, in all the sort of post-Soviet countries, in all the countries of transition and transformation. And when we start speaking about values, there are often a lot of misapprehension about values. I see this in the day-to-day business when I work in Bishkek with students from around the region in Central Asia, including Afghanistan, including Mongolia and beyond, that there is a lot of misapprehension. What are values? will hear more about this, about political values, about sort of what they call basic values in the next 2 days. But I want to start with just highlighting a few of the basic values that often are transmitted to what we would call political or even democratic values, and how they actually change. And what is in the discussion is, of course, first of all, sort of these basic universal values. And the question is always, are there any universal values? Those of you who work with the World Values Survey and other surveys, of course, are familiar with them. You know, values such as honesty, integrity, solidarity, equality, truth. These are all sort of very basic values we can easily share. There is no much dispute about these values, that we all like to live in a honest and equal society, that we all like truth, and we all like the solidarity. So, but once we agree on these very basic universal values that we all share, things become more difficult. When these values sort of transform what we would call also realpolitik in real life and in politics, it often moves from values, let's say the appreciation of equality and truth and solidarity, to attitudes. And attitudes, again, are often mixed with values. But from attitudes, what is my attitude towards this equality? What is my attitude to truth? And we can see this right now in Kyrgyzstan in particular, but not only there. I know political activists from around the region are watching what is happening right now in Bishkek. And when we think about the value of truth and how this is actually in the day-to-day political life right now. We've just discussed also this week with my students in Bishkek, you know, what the meaning of lustration, of actually looking into a political actor's life would mean in terms of living the value of truth. We want to know the truth. We want to know the background of a political actor in order to decide whether we can trust this political actor. That would be, for instance, a value, a universal value to be transferred to political life and realpolitik. And further on, when we speak about democratic values, still coming from this idea of universal, basic universal values, and democratic values are often equated with what we would call freedom rights, human rights, basic human rights, freedom rights. The value, for instance, freedom value to participate, also to freely participate without intimidation, without repercussion in, let's say, a political decision-making process. Some call them emancipatory rights, but it actually means, you know, to participate freely without being afraid that you will suffer any consequences. This participation can be on social media, it can be on the streets, it can be in a political election. Democratic values are often also described as, for instance, to live in a society without corruption, to erase corruption. No, nobody wants to be betrayed. That's behind it. Democratic values are often also equated with an independent judiciary. That's what we often mean by rule of law. Those of us who do not like the term rule of law so much, but independent judiciary, it's again about this possibility to be equal in front of the law. Yeah, we want an independent court, an independent judiciary. And you can already see where this is heading to when you assess your own political environment and you take these democratic values, these basic democratic values, you see where things may be not really fitting into this independency and these freedom rights. And two more I want to mention here that are set in this context of political or democratic values is, of course, equal opportunities. That's why in many countries we have equal opportunity acts. Again, it comes from the value of equality. Everybody wants to have equal opportunities. And I hope we will discuss this also today and tomorrow, because a lot of the youth surveys, the surveys about what does the youth want, what are the young people, not only in Central Asia, basically all around the world, currently seeking, that is often what you will hear from them: social mobility, equal opportunities, access not only to education, but to a decent work and professional development. And last but not least, what we can also find in surveys about democratic values or political values is the balance of power. And that draws very well back to what was said by Alexander Wolters, but also Alexander Rosenblätter, the current situation in Kyrgyzstan. It seems that this goes in a different direction from all the values that I was just mentioning. And the values that I was just mentioning is not any such an invention. This is kind of the also the international value surveys, the democratic surveys and indicators work with these concepts. So why do we talk about transformation? Transformation is a long-term process. We had already discussed this last year at our political system transformation conference, how long it can take and how painful sometimes it is to actually transform within a society. There's a difference between transition and transformation. Transition is basically the introduction also of these values to be exposed to the concept of equality, the concept of solidarity in political terms. And the second step really is the transformation step, which often can take a generation or more. And that is also what we right now see in Central Asian countries, that these post-Soviet generation, this young generation in their 20s, in their early 30s, they have different interests often. And this is what is also described in the political context as a change of attitude. We will see to what extent this attitude actually also leads to political shifts or not, and what it has to do with also a re-autocratization that we currently see in many countries. How even if you have an attitude shift, if you sort of embrace equality and the freedom to participate, etc., as a value, that you not necessarily act accordingly. So without this sort of very theoretical and introduction to what values actually are, I already want to pass on to our first keynote speaker. And before I do that, I just want to say a few housekeeping rules. We all are now familiar with Zoom conferences and webinars, etc., and we all know that our attention is very short in Zoom conferences. So we have very short interventions today. We have keynote speakers or keynote speeches that are limited to 20 minutes maximum. And we have later panels today and tomorrow where each speaker has a maximum of 10 minutes of introduction. Today, we will have 2 keynote speakers, 2 20-minute sessions. Then after that, we will have time for questions and answers. And I'm happy to welcome Anna Lührmann, and I can see she's already, she's online. I'm not sure actually where she's joining us from Göteborg or somewhere in Germany, but I'm also asking Anna to introduce her a little bit further than what I will do, because I know she is currently assistant professor at the University of Göteborg in Sweden. And she is also the deputy director of VDEM, the Variety of Democracy Institute, a very recent, in comparison to other democracy research institutes, a recent research institute with very interesting databases and surveys. And Anna, I'm very much looking forward to have your global perspective, but I'm sure you will also share some data on Central Asia. Anna, you have the floor.
Indeed. Thank you so much for the invitation. I would love to be in Bishkek right now. It sounds like it's really a place where a democracy researcher would want to be at these days. Yeah, now I'm here indeed in Gothenburg at the moment, and I will share some of our data with you. In case you don't know us yet, the Varieties of Democracy Institute is the world's largest endeavor to collect systematic data on all aspects of democracies. We have about 300 different indicators for each country that we update every year with the help of more than 3,000 country experts that are typically based in the country that they are coding. And I will share with you today some insights coming from that data, mainly based on our recent democracy report. So let me just share my screen and hope that everything works. Yes, can you see my screen well? The slides properly? Yes, I see some nodding here. Okay, great. So, right, value transformation and democratization in a global perspective. As I said, I'll mainly share with you some insights on our democracy report that we publish every year. It's always based on the data from the year before. So basically everything that I'm talking about now gives a snapshot of the world in 2019. A lot has changed since then. I mean, we really live in fascinating times. But I think some of the major developments are still similar, and the COVID-19 crisis seems to accelerate this autocratization trend that we observe even further. But before I get started, let me just clarify the terms. When I speak of autocratization, I mean a movement away from democracy. So we at VDEM approach sort of regimes not necessarily as binary categories. So we don't say this is a democracy, this is an autocracy. We sometimes say that as well, but we're mainly interested in sort of the general trends. Are countries becoming more democratic or less democratic? And democratization is the move towards democracy, and autocratization is the move away from democracy. Now, what we've seen during the last 10 years is that autocratization surges around the world. And major G20 nations and all regions of the world are now part of what we call the third wave of autocratization. This means that the global share of democracy, so then now sort of saying countries that fulfill some sort of basic criteria for being classified as democracy, has gone down now by 5% over the last 10 years. And now it's barely half of the world that qualifies as democracies. Here you see sort of a global development in the global averages of the level of democracy in a country. This gives our liberal democracy index, and our liberal democracy index really captures a very ambitious idea of democracy. So first of all, we're base all of our work on the ideas of Roland Dahl, who said that if you want to qualify as a democracy, you don't only need to have multi-party elections, but these need to take place in a context where freedom of speech, freedom of association is guaranteed, so that really citizens know about political alternatives can be formed, and competition is fair. So this is the key thing. And this is part of our electoral democracy index. And now here, this liberal democracy index also adds liberal ideas such as that we need constraints from the parliament, constraints from the judiciary, and the rule of law in order to check power. So this is the liberal democracy index. And you see sort of on global average, we sort of are at a plateau over the recent years. We see declines, particularly in Eastern Europe and Central Asia. I'll get more into detail in a second. But if we weigh this by population, and I think this is the more significant measure, because what I showed you before basically counts China and let's say Suriname similarly, even though much more people live in China, right? So now if we weigh this by population, so think about sort of like how democratic is the context for an average citizen of the world, then we see much more declines on global average. And particularly in Latin America, because Brazil is affected, so big populous countries are affected, right? In Eastern Europe and Central Asia as well, because Russia is affected by this autocratization trend. And then also in Western Europe and North America, because the US is affected. So a lot of the big influential countries of the world have undergone autocratization. And when we look at regime type by region, then here, let's focus maybe on Europe and Central Asia. Here we see, and I always have to move the Zoom window to see my own slides. That's a bit annoying, but then we can see that that more than half of the countries in Europe and Eastern Europe and Central Asia now qualify as autocracies. So this is like the orange colors here. And the purple color, the light purple is electoral democracies that fulfill basic requirements. And then here, this darker purple is liberal democracies. Now zooming in really on the countries that you guys care about most, this is again the Liberal Democracy Index, and you see an average for Central Asia here in this dark blue line, right? And it sort of has been flat at a super low level in global comparison, right? Flat at a super low level, so low numbers always mean low levels of democracy, high numbers mean high levels of democracy. And the only country that sort of sticks out a bit is Kyrgyzstan, but still at relatively low levels of democracy, according to our Kyrgyzstan experts. By the way, you can do all these graphs yourselves on our website. We have a very nice online graphing tool. It's super easy to do. And so you can really dig deeper into all countries that you're interested in, and also do these kind of slides for your academic work or presentations or publications yourself. Now, what does it mean when we say all the major G20 countries are in this wave of autocratization? Here you see a map of the world, and the orange colors say that there's really has been a substantial decline on this Liberal Democracy Index over the last 10 years. As I said before, it's large countries, Brazil, United States, populous countries, India also, right? Turkey, that are affected by these declines, but then still also we see some improvements in some countries, right? Of course we see Tunisia here, we see Armenia sort of in more towards your region, and also some improvements that we noted in Kyrgyzstan over the last 10 years. As I said, this ends in 2019. Here's a breakdown where you more see the countries, but I think I've really said the names by now. Now, we said global share of democracies is going down. The share of the population living in autocratizing countries is going up. So this is really something that is worrisome. So 1/3 of the world's population lives now in countries that are autocratizing, where trends are going backwards. This is another graph to illustrate that. But let's dig deeper into what actually is happening in specifically. And we see that attacks on freedom of expression and the media intensify, and that the quality of elections even begins to deteriorate in many countries. And here you see an overview graph where sort of the way to read this graph is that all the indices that are listed here on top of this diagonal line, this is where qualities of these components have improved over the 10 years before, and here's where they have declined. So you see some improvements when it comes to local elections, which is good news, because democracy always starts at the local level or gets strengthened also at the local level. And you see most declines when it comes to freedom of expression and the media. This is really the part that worries us the most. Also freedom of association and the rule of law. Yeah, this is sort of the detail drilling down to the indicator level. Censorship efforts have increased in 37 countries, CSO repression as well. So it's really, this is a problem. And also, yeah, and then even like an electoral intimidation is also where we've seen an increase in 25 countries. Now, looking at some Central Asian countries here, this is the Clean Election Index that talks about the quality of elections. And again, the way to read this is here on the bottom, you see the index value for 2000. On the x-axis, on the y-axis is the index value for 2019. So everything above this diagonal line has improved since 2000, and everything below has declined. Improvements were noted in Kyrgyzstan. However, even though these are improvements, they are way beyond some sort of threshold, or they are below the threshold that we would consider as democratic, which we typically place here around 0.5, right? So, so this is sort of improvements, yes, until 2019. Again, this does not consider the 2020 elections. Improvements also in Afghanistan, though still very low level. Well, it basically came from 0 right? And not much movement in other Central Asian countries. Now we look at freedom of association, so everything that has to do with vibrant civil society, with the space for civil society, major improvements in Afghanistan, some improvements in Kyrgyzstan with sort of a relatively free environment for freedom for civil society, at least according to our indices, and very low levels and even a worsening situation in Kazakhstan and Tajikistan. So really sort of shrinking space for civil society in Kazakhstan and Tajikistan, and very low, continuously low levels since 2000 in Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. I think this is sort of very important to look at. Now, coming to freedom of expression and alternative sources of information, this concerns the media mainly. Here again, Kyrgyzstan looks quite okay until 2019, and Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan very bad. Some minor improvements in Uzbekistan were noted, but really this is probably not even noticeable on the ground. Yeah. So the reason why we care so much about the media is really because the media and journalists really have such an important role in the democratic process. That's why I always like to illustrate this with this girl from the US that says that first they came for the journalists and we don't know what happened after that, right? So if the media is not able to report freely, if there's no pluralism in the media, if journalists are harassed as it happens in the US, then we really have a problem for the fairness of elections. All right, now linking this to values, I know you have better experts speaking about values to you from the World Values Survey, and probably also the next keynote speaker. But I just wanted to share this graph that I really like. It's work from Brunkert and also Chris Welze from the journal Democratization. And I just like to show this because so basically what they show here, maybe you focus on this thick grayish line here in this graph over time. So they, based on World Values Survey data, they show that what they call emancipative values has basically steadily increased in the world over the last decades, with some some tableau, I would call it, over recent years. But these emancipative values, according to the work of Welze, they are so important because these are issues like how important for citizens freedom of speech is, so popular voice, gender equality as well, child autonomy, sexual emancipation. So really values that sort of go along with an understanding of democracy as providing an environment for the freedom and dignity for all, right? And this is something that has spread around the world. And also, as they show here, if you focus here on the bottom graph now, with these with a light blue line, this is also what they call the Orthodox East. So sort of the post-Soviet space. This is unfortunately hidden a little bit here behind another line, but you also see here since 1960 sort of a steady increase, and then with some tableau. So that basically means that the values that Welze and others have found to support strong democracies, these values have spread around the world, are on global average relatively high. Still in the post-Soviet space are sort of it could be at a higher level, obviously, but they are there, and that's also what we see manifesting in a surge of pro-democratic protests and movements around the world, right? I don't want to sort of try to put what's happening in Kyrgyzstan now into these boxes, but what we've noted in the VDEM data over the last 10 years, so until 2019, is that really in 44% of all countries, there were some sort of substantial pro-democratic protests. Yeah? And these pro-democratic protests these can be protests that are happening here in countries that we qualified here with the red line, autocracies, dictatorships. So protests against dictatorship, for example, in Hong Kong, yeah, protests in Sudan that led to the fall of the Bashir regime. So this is what we're seeing. Or protests in democracies that are often against autocratizing tendencies, like we've seen in Poland or in Hungary. So we've seen this surge, this spike of mass mobilization for democracy. And I think this is is a testimony to citizens being carrying democratic values and resisting the erosion of democratic norms and institutions. Here you see a map again with these protests and movements. And now I'm coming to the end. I just want to highlight again everything I just talked about. You can download on our website the democracy report, and then also these online graphing tools where you can really drill in for your countries. And I'm happy to discuss further now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna Luhrmann, for this introduction, also the view over the world. What I learned from you is that we, around the world, we share more democratic attitudes, values, the wish, the desire for freedom, for participation, but at the same time, we become more autocratic in the world of governance. And I'm not sure if our next speaker is already online and with us, because I was trying to contact her. Saudat Olimova from Tajikistan. Are you with us on Zoom yet? Because I think there were some technical difficulties. I just tried to contact her and I didn't hear back from her. So I'm afraid she is not with us for the moment. We were hoping it would work from Dushanbe, but they also have some difficulties there, also with the internet. As soon as she gets back to me, we will put her on the spotlight, also with her data. Meanwhile, I would just continue with the discussion now. First of all, with questions also to Anna Luhrmann and your presentation. I also think, Anna, you might have also some additional data in case you have it and you can share it with us. But that said, I would like to open the floor for questions. You can just click on your microphone and or raise your hand. I don't know if you have the hand here, because we're not that many participants. 40 is very good to manage. So any questions to Anna, you can write them in the chat box. You can raise your hand. You can just open your microphone on the general overview. I'm waiting for questions from the audience. Meanwhile, of course, I have the question I think that many of us want to ask you. I know you were very, very hesitant, of course, to draw any conclusions to Central Asia right now, as we have seen, because we just also had elections in Tajikistan, not surprising the results, of course. But that was actually a confirmation of what you were saying, that there is sort of the manifestation also of autocracies. At the same time, we all become more democrats in mind, and you were also pointing out, particularly to the youth, you were showing the picture. We see all these youth movements in Bangkok, in Tehran, in Sudan, as you say, in Hong Kong. We see protests in Russia. We see everywhere these protests, and mainly from the youth. Why is that in your own? I mean, we all become more democratic, and yet we like autocratic leaderships. What is there anything in your data that could at least explain it to some extent?
Yeah, certainly. So so what we're seeing is actually one like sort of super trend that has been described with electoral authoritarianism quite frequently. So basically, what the autocrats have done, they have learned from the failure of sort of old school autocracy, as like Soviet style, that there's a sort of no multi-party elections and no space at all, that this is sort of seen as not being stable, apart from China probably, in today's world. Instead, because elections, multi-party elections, and some space for citizens sort of has become the global norm. So instead, what autocrats do is they hold elections, they hold multi-party elections, they try to mimic, they try to pretend that they are Democrats. And in German, I always like to call this Scheindemokraten, right? So in English, it doesn't work that nice. It's sort of, they build the facade of being Democrats, of having multi-party election, of having contestation, so that they can gain the legitimacy in the eyes of their citizens from these exercises, but then actually undermine the way elections work. So these elections are not free and fair. They if you have leading opposition politicians in jail, if you don't allow a freedom of press, then elections are basically meaningless, right? So this is what we're seeing, and then what we're also seeing is a trend a bit away from obvious electoral manipulation. So that's why I was a bit surprised to see what we've seen now in Kyrgyzstan, because this is relatively rare. Like typically they are smarter. They manipulate elections in a way that cannot be seen on election day, but rather that limits the playing field before it. And I think that sort of explains in general why autocrats manage to hold on power, because they allow for some form of opening and some sort of mimicking of democratic institutions, particularly if we look to Russia and to Turkey, for example. But at the same time, make sure that they don't lose.
Thank you, Anna. I hear a lot about leadership plays a role in here, and that these autocrats, as you say, they have become smarter, maybe also bolder. Maybe they don't even need to hide sort of the fraud in elections anymore. They go different avenues, and what we've seen, imprisoning democratic leaders at a very early stage, intimidating them, poisoning them even. There seems to be a new dynamic and how to kind of keep down these democratic movements. Otherwise, Shamil, you have the floor if iPhone is not speaking.
Thank you, Anya. And Anna, thank you so much for this great presentation. And this is the question actually I'm asking myself for the last 3 years, that it's a quite paradoxical situation we're living on now, because from one side, what we witness now is a growing influence of individual. Like now, any individual has more power to influence with all those YouTube podcasts, blogging and stuff like that. Has a power than was available 30 years ago only for the media outlets and for the big media corporations. Another thing is that in the report from the Atlantic Council, Global Trends 2030, they outlined one of the big trends, that the average middle class, the middle class in average globally is growing. More people globally step into this middle class, and that means that they have bigger political demands. They want to be a part of those governance processes. They want to be heard. They want to influence to the processes in their countries. And at the same time, we see this, how we step into this time of autocracy. And it's such a, from one side, it sounds like a real mess. From another side, it seems like all those protests globally and this growing autocracy, to my opinion, and I'm curious if you would agree or not, is a sign that there are some fundamental shifts in the needs of new. There is a growing demand in another paradigm of the governance. That even the current democracy from one side doesn't seem like reflect all the needs of the citizens. But at the same time, I don't really think that this autocracy will last too long, because people felt this freedom and unlikely they will be ready to get back. So the question is, if you agree that there is a growing demand for a new paradigm of governance, and if yes, what do you think, how it may look like?
Yes, so I agree. First of all, that one of the big trends that we're seeing is that those in power are not anymore able to control the flow of information. Yeah, and that is in autocracies that has clearly democratizing effects. I mean, we've all seen about the influence of these of social media, social media or the internet in general, to help mobilize citizens now in favor of democracy. On the other hand, that also means that it's much easier for disinformation to spread, and for populism to spread, for hate to spread, and thus also for movements to become grower and to gain force that actually want to undermine democracy. So this is a paradox, I think. This is sort of this shift in the way informations are spread is sort of, on the one hand, it's democratizing. On the other hand, it also helps those forces that want to gain power in democracies and undermine it to gain momentum. And yes, indeed, I think for me, like, one of the reasons why I'm such a convinced Democrat, and this is really like sort of the topic of my life, so to say, is because democracies is the only way of governance that can adapt easily to such changing demands, right? And to criticism. Now, one of the issues, for example, that concerns many people and that might foster these movements that actually want to undermine democracy is social inequality, and is maybe a perceived lack of participation in democracy.
Participation in democracy. Okay, yes.
That was echo, maybe. So I think this is something where democracies have to react, have to adapt, have to change, and I hope that that's what we're gonna see soon.
Yes, I had the iPhone. I only can call it iPhone. Those the participant who just intervened. Can you please open your mic and say what you wanted to say? You had your hands up earlier. Please. Yes, please. You can speak now. You have the microphone on. Can you please say who you are? The lady that was just speaking. I don't know the name because I can't see it. All right. So, but anyway, just jump in later if you want to, anytime. Okay, we're back with Anna. You had particularly raising the point with the information. Again, we see this contradiction, and I think this was also what Shami was highlighting. On the one side, we have this sort of more freedom of information, even if there is a censorship. But I can see this also in a daily business, basically working in Central Asia, that of course students can have access to all sorts of information if they know the right channels. Yeah, so but nevertheless, the big elephant in the room is, why are we going for this re-autocratization? And I think actually it has a lot to do with value shifts. No matter how democratic our minds might be, but what, and this is actually leads me to the next participant who wants to raise a question, Leonard Hammer. he is joining us, I think, from abroad. Leonard, you have the floor and raising your question.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Anya. I appreciate that. Great presentation, Anna. I really enjoyed it. I'm just wondering, based on your comments as well, it seems like you're kind of presenting it as a democratic versus autocrat or authoritarian type of notions. But really what's happening is that many of the authoritarian, and you noted this in your comments back, are utilizing democratic processes. So, for example, to say that youth participation indicates that youth desire more democracy is not really true, because a lot of those youths might be pro-authoritarian. And I'm just wondering if you're thinking about ways in which to distill this further so that we could get a real understanding of what's happening vis-a-vis the meaning of democracy. I mean, Anya, you're talking about values and things like that, and these are important things, don't get me wrong, and but it's also, I think, important to think about, well, what is democracy? What is it really coming to mean for the variety of different actors who are involved in a democratic process, be they authoritarian or be they, if you will, pro-democratic in the kind of dichotomy that you were presenting. Am I being clear? I'm not sure, and I could see from your face if I'm not being clear enough, but I hope I am. Let me know. I'm happy to elaborate.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure what you want to get at here, but so maybe sort of one or two responses to this. First of all, just the mere holding of elections is not democratic. For me, this is very clear. You know, elections is just a procedure where you call people to the ballot box. This does not make a country democratic. What makes a country democratic is and I think this is sort of the thing that we always have to remember, and that all the definitions of democracy actually boil down to, is rule by the people. Yeah, and rule by the people does not only mean that that you ask them to come to the ballots to vote on sort of a pre-selected number of parties that don't represent any true choice. Democracy does not mean that journalists are in jail, that citizens don't have a freedom of information to choose from, a plurality of civil society associations to engage in, right? So if we really want to achieve this rule by the people, then, like my friend Andreas Schettler has written a very nice piece about the chain of democratic choice, right? To make this rule by the people possible, you need to have a chain intact in place that really allows sort of the voice of the citizens to be heard on the space. And then finally, I also think that might not be enough, that we also, and that's also why we call it the Varieties of Democracy Institute, right? Where we're also thinking about egalitarianism, for example. So many people say that a certain level of social equality is actually necessary for democracies to work. Because people who don't have access to education, who don't have access to healthcare, who have to worry about how they can feed their children, they don't have much time to get involved in the democratic process. So that's why we also measured egalitarian aspects of democracy, for example. And similarly, also, I mean, I'm German, so of course I'm very inspired by our great philosopher Habermas. So also the quality of the deliberation, the way we talk, the way we interact, and if this interaction is, for example, fact-based, this also says something about the quality of democracy. And a debate that, like in the United States, is becoming more and more hateful and more and less fact-based, that is poison for democracy. Yeah. Yeah, and then also like greater participation for citizens, that we really allow citizens to participate not only in elections every 4 years, but on local level, on regional level. I think that's super important. And finally, to your point, sort of not all civil society engagement, not all protest is democratic, of course. And that's also why in the VDEM dataset, we have a measure of pro-democratic protest and also pro-autocratic protest. Because in particular, a lot of autocrats, I mean, just think of North Korea now for a second. Now, a lot of authoritarian regimes regularly bring their people out on the streets to sort of show body support to the ruler. And then also, indeed, in many countries, as I said also before, we have citizen movements that actually want more autocracy. So yeah, so basically, so I think like the fascinating thing, and then I end, the fascinating thing of the times we're living in is really that sort of it has become super tricky to see sort of who's now the good guy and the bad guy. It's not always the government that restricts people. It's not always people that want democracy. It can also all be the other way around. So we really have to have a very nuanced understanding of what's happening.
Thank you very much, Anna. And basically what I hear here too is that these weak democracies, or the bit of the democratic efforts that were undertaken over the past 20, 30 years, particularly in these transformation countries that we're talking about, they may even be an obstacle for itself to become more democratic. I mean, they have, of course, issued sort of, you said, elections, more freedom of media, etc. These are all basic tools for democracy. And now they are actually use these tools, if I may call them, or these mechanisms of democracy, to abolish democracy. Because as you say, it's not only the liberals that are on the streets in Bishkek right now, asking for lustration, asking for participation. It's also those who want to basically abolish democracy. And of course, that's part of the freedom and the egalitarian principles that we embrace. But so actually, I'm not sure about from your perspective, and obviously it has been a provocation and that is the purpose of it. I'm wondering what you think about it. I have one more question here, actually two more. I would like to call Johanna Lutz. She has a question and you can just open your mic, and after that, Alex Filatova, Alexandra, I think. But Johanna, you first.
Thanks. Yeah, I was wondering whether you think or expect that the COVID pandemic will change values a bit. Because there have been some first small-scale surveys that see a rise in values such as security and even conformity. And if you see that, how should Democrats react to that?
All right, I think we can take a third question from Alexandra Filatova. Please, Alexandra.
Hi. So, I just want to refer the Christian Walzer research, A Culture Theory of Autocracy versus Democracy, where he discussed that in weak democracies, where values have been incorporated, for example, Poland or Hungary, like they develop not natural processes. So autocracies come in power. So what do you think about this opinion?
That was the question about Christian Welzel's recent paper on culture theory of autocracy versus democracy. Yeah, well, very interesting. Do we have more questions? Right now, no. Anna, you have the floor again.
Let me start with the last question. So yeah, I really admire Chris Welz's work here on this subject, and I think there's something to it that sort of wherever. So his basic theory is that wherever we have a gap, wherever we have a gap between the values in the population and the type of regime that we see, that then sort of after a while we see some sort of change in the direction of the values that citizens hold. We've seen that a lot for democratization movements, and now we seem to see that a bit in Poland and Hungary for movements more in the autocratic direction. However, I'm not really sure if this distance is really so big, because also in Poland and Hungary, you have a lot of people that support democracy. I think what we need to make clear, and that's maybe also already part of the answer to the point that Anja raised. What we need to make clear is that sort of liberal democratic values, right? So the idea that we need to have freedom of the media, that we need to allow citizens to organize in different kinds of civil society groups, that we need multi-party systems, yeah? These kind of ideas, the rule of law, these liberal democratic ideas, that this is central for democracy, but other liberal ideas, let's say, for example, about even about gender equality, about LGBTQ rights, about immigration, that these are policy ideas that are subject for debate in the political system. So we need to separate these. And then I think we don't have this big value gap, because in general, citizens seem to support this idea to live in a free society that is guaranteed by the rule of law. But maybe some citizens are conservative and want to have sort of not liberal in the sense of progressive values enacted by their governments, but rather a conservative government. And I don't like that. I'm a member of the Green Party, so I'm very progressive. But as a democracy researcher, I have to say, like, what as a democracy researcher I care about is that we stand on the ground of sort of liberal democracy and the rule of law. So we need to separate that. And I think sort of that is also then how we reconcile those potential gaps in values. When it comes to COVID-19, so I think it's sort of these impacts on values is a bit too early to tell still, I want us to say. We've done some big research in our institute here, I'll hold this up, on pandemic backsliding. So we have studied in depth how much governments have actually violated democratic standards now during the pandemic. And indeed, we've seen a lot of violations in almost half of the countries around the world. However, most of those were autocratic already before the pandemic. So this is sort of cautious optimism. And I also think that many citizens actually now see through the pandemic how important their governments are for them, and how important they are for their everyday life. And so what I hope is that people get more engaged and more interested in politics, and that's generally rather good for democracy. So let's see what's going to happen. Finally, just 1-2 sentences on, I've been talking a lot now, but 1-2 sentences more on what Anja said. So I think it's very clear that not everyone who wins an election is a Democrat. I mean, it's extremely clear. In order to qualify as a Democrat, you not only need to have the legitimacy of really democratic elections, so not only just elections, but elections that take place in a context of freedom and fairness. And also, you need to make choices that make clear that democracy stays the norm also for the future. So if you elect a party that will restrict, for example, the pluralism in the media, like the Fidesz regime has done now in Hungary, if you elect a party that puts opposition politicians in jail, like many authoritarian governments do, then this party is not democratic and thus also not have democratic legitimacy.
And yet they all use democratic mechanisms to manifest their power, right? That is curiosity. But, this was a great introductory session and inspiration of what is currently debated. I still have a few questions on my list, particularly the difference. And there is one thing that you mentioned, Anna, and I want to take this throughout also our next days, is that often certain, let's say, values, issues that are left for a democratic debate, for instance, women's rights, children's rights, LGBT, whatever, this is not per se a criteria for democracy, but the way democracies deal with these issues and negotiate, discuss these issues. And I can only say from my experience, again, in the region, is that this is very much misunderstood. And this is also why value transformation, or to speak about values and democratic values, is so important. There is a lot of misapprehension. Basically, often the conclusion is, if we don't have full freedom of expression, and if we have to be democratic, we have to accept LGBTI rights, full stop. That is often the perception of some people who say, well, apparently democracy is not what we want. Yeah, because we do not have an opportunity to actually discuss these issues. But you made it very clear, it is the opposite. You have to establish democratic, sort of a democratic culture in order to discuss these topics. Also, in all aspects of human rights, I find these attitudes. And I'm sure we will discuss this more, because we have speakers from the region which have a lot of local experience actually with these contradictions. So just let's start with this session that we're all looking very much forward to, because when we set up the topic, we didn't know that it would happen what just happens there. So we're like super timely, unfortunately, with the topic of this session, autocracies on the rise, ? Experience and the real politics in Central Asia right now. We will not only be discussing the current situation or what happens in Kyrgyzstan, but also we'll hear about Kazakhstan and other parts in the region. But we start with Shamil Ibragimov. He's the director of the Open Society Foundation in Bishkek, joining us from Bishkek finally. And you have prepared something on, let's say, the real life experience in terms of, we can say larger terms of value transformation, particularly in Kyrgyzstan. Shamil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Anya. Well, it was the first part of our conversation was quite interesting, and I believe that my part will be a kind of the answer to the question that Alexandra Filatova raised earlier today, referring to Christian Welzel and his question, like, what are the foundation of the democracy and the autocracy? I believe, and I would like to share the practical experience from our side as a donor organization who work with the civil society. And in our work, well, since it's a quite broad topic, and we have to develop our own theories of change that we have a chance then to implement and to test and to see if it works or not. And I'm happy to share one theory of change that we were implementing for the last 6 years. And I believe that last year and actually this year, it confirms, at least to me personally, the correctness of this approach, that we were actually right when we designed this theory of change. And the question that the challenge that we faced years ago, actually, well, though the challenge is quite older than that, the problem is that we, by us, I mean international institutions, international organizations, made a fundamental mistake, like 30 years ago, when we stepped into this field trying to start promoting democracy and those universal values of civic rights and human rights. And the mistake was that we brought supply when we didn't bother to develop the demand for those values and those principles. We start building institutions of democratic governance, for elections, advancing human rights, building human rights councils, etc., etc., etc. But did people actually get what it's all about? Did people feel the ownership to all those values? Of course they did, to some certain extent, to some certain values, like the universal ones, you know, on social justice and stuff like that. But if you go deeper, you would see that actually the principles of the human rights and civic rights is not something that people really share at this moment. And there is a reason for that. So the question is like, how can we build this demand for these universal values? So we designed the theory of change that is focused on the idea that we have to start with a level that is a very grassroots, with a level where people can try and can get the sense like, okay, actually I can make a difference. Why? Because right now there's so many people are so indifferent, honestly, on the national level, what's going on the national level, because they don't feel they can make any difference on that. But people, they do care what's going on their local level, in their neighborhood. So our theory of change was about start developing so-called urban activism. And it was also focused on youth activism. Why urban activism? Because cities have the highest potential of civic mobilization. They do care what's going on in their neighborhood. And our theory of change was built on the assumption that if we give a chance to people, if we support their activities and their engagement in something simple that doesn't really require much efforts from their side, then some of them would like to do something on the higher level. Like they start with their neighborhood, then they do something on the city level, and then they probably would be more interested to do something on the national level. And that's a very interesting practice, how we started actually building those initiatives, like even as simple as planting trees, you know, and then those like thousands of people planted trees, and then 500 of them start thinking, okay, what I can do next? How can I ensure that they will not die, those trees? Then how I can do something else? So this is the art of small steps. You know, when people start doing something, they get some confidence that their voice doesn't matter. They can make a difference. And in parallel with this, supporting these activities, what we start doing, we start supporting the public spaces. Because right now, if we go to the regions of Kyrgyzstan, and I believe, unfortunately, all over the former Soviet, all over the Central Asia at least, the major two probably spaces for socialization of the youth are either sport clubs or the mosques. That's it. There are no public spaces where people can gathering, where young people can socialize. And what we're trying to do to create those spaces, to create those public spaces where people are able to build this social capital. And in those public spaces, you also have to fill it. We have to fill it with the narrative, because just public space on its own as a physical infrastructure doesn't cost much. But what you bring inside, that what matters. And this is what we actually did. We start developing this narrative. We start developing so-called new media, those bloggers, podcasters, YouTubers, you know, vloggers, who start developing completely new narrative. And with the current events in Kyrgyzstan, we realized that we probably should focus most of our efforts to Kyrgyz language, to the Kyrgyz, to the content in Kyrgyz language, rather than just Russian language as it is now predominantly. So this approach is really efficient one, and I know that I have like a couple of minutes left. That is why I would like just to underline why I believe it works. Last year, the OSCE, this reporting community of journalists on organized crime, and our local grantee, and Radio Liberty branch in Kyrgyzstan, they published a very interesting investigation on money laundering and corruption in customs. And that's triggered a massive rally of predominantly urban youth in Bishkek, who raise their voice, who stand against this corruption, who stand for the better governance, and they start demanding everything, you know. We had nothing to do with those rallies, absolutely, you know. but it was quite interesting to see that it was the first time ever for the last 30 years that this middle class, predominantly urban young people, came to the streets with the political requests, with the political requirements. Those who are actually have something to lose, those who are more or less fine, you know, but even them was fed up with this corruption and incompetencies. And they came and they start demanding. And then as a result of this rally, then earlier this year, some of them created this political party reform and decided to go to politics, etc. So for me, I don't claim that, oh, this is the work of the Soros Foundation, not at all. But my point is that developing this environment, developing these practices of civic engagement on a on the very basic level creates this demand of the civil society for some positive change, and they become more active, they become more demanding, and they become more active in a political sense. And this is why I believe that, of course, there is a number of other factors, but this is just an example for me to say that if we want to transform the values, if we want to develop some narrative, we have to create the demand first. We have to create the demand on the very grassroots level and develop this sense of ownership with people to those ideas. And then they will start advocating for them and they will start bringing them to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Shamir, with this overview and also your experience on the ground. We will later in the discussion come back, of course, also to the current events and how this, or how you see the link between the activities you have been doing over the past 6 years and the current events. But I'd like to pass on the floor to our next speaker from Central Asia Barometer, Kasiet Ismanova. She's also based in Bishkek, and I must say I'm particularly looking forward to what Central Asia Barometer is, sort of what the latest surveys and data is. Kasiet, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Anya. I would like to share this presentation with you. Do you see it? Can you tell me?
I think yeah, now we can see it. Fantastic, thank you.
Okay, great. So let me first introduce myself. I'm Kasiet Ismanova. I'm a researcher and communications manager from the Central Asia Barometer. We have presence in Bishkek and Dushanbe. Thank you, Shamir, for your rather theoretic thoughts. I like the part about political apathy in Kyrgyzstan as well. Maybe some of our data will be in some reference to that. Let me first tell you about my institution. Central Asia Barometer is a regional independent academic institution. We do applied social sciences research and analytics on topics of public interest. So we don't do marketing research projects. We conduct our research in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Turkmenistan since 2012. We do it with multi-level quality control, and we adhere to international standards put by SMR and WAPOR. Let me now briefly tell you about the project insights from which I'm going to share with you. This project is called Media, Market and Public Opinion Trends. It is a cross-country time series project. So we conducted this from 2017 in all Central Asian countries, but this year, in 2020, we didn't conduct it in Turkmenistan because of COVID-19. The method we use, usually it is tablet-assisted personal interviewing, but this year, due to COVID-19, we used computer-assisted telephone interviewing. Sample sizes are quite representative. We use from 1,000 to 2,000 people per country, and we do it twice a year. So in the next slides, I'm going to share some insights from this survey project. First of all, we have a question which states like this: in general, would you say that things in our country are headed in the right direction or the wrong direction? We have been asking this question since 2017 in all Central Asian countries, and I would like to share what I noticed as some dynamics. I see here that the percentage of people who think that the country is moving in the right direction is decreasing year by year, and it is clearly seen in Kyrgyzstan here, and in Kazakhstan. In Uzbekistan, we saw the same dynamic, but this year in June, July, something happened and people started to think that the country is moving in the right direction. More people started to think so. I think that the current developments in Kyrgyzstan there was a prerequisite for them. In June, July, we see that 37% of the people said that we are moving in the right direction. And also, I would like to share other insights. For example, this year, we had Muhammad Abulkaziyev and Boronov as prime ministers, and only 5% of the population approved their job performance. And also, this year, 47% of people said that corruption has gotten worse than the last year. So I think that it says a lot. Maybe it can, it shows us the wider picture of current events. The next thing, I think it's more in line with what Shamil shared with us. We have the question which states like, what is the most important problem facing our country today? We have been asking this question from 2017 in all Central Asian countries, and we clearly see the similarities between the Central Asian countries. Central Asian people tend to put more emphasis on economic problems and less emphasis on political problems, like political issues like political instability, government corruption, always receive less attention from our respondents. And maybe it tells a lot about the political apathy in Central Asian people. Let's move on. Here, I also see similarities in civic engagement patterns of Central Asian people. Central Asian people are more inclined to participate in elections, but they don't really want to participate in protests, share their opinions online, and writing letters, petitions, or any demands to the government. This dynamic and this similarity is same across all Central Asian countries. I will also share this presentation with you. I'm just moving very quickly in order to catch up with time. I think that media is also important in terms of authoritarianism. Here we have very important question we have been asking: which one of the following media sources would you say is the most trustworthy? And I see here two very important trends. First of all, less and less people believe that Russian television stations are trustworthy. It's very clear. You can see it, for example, in Kyrgyzstan in 2017, 45% of people said that the Russian TV stations are the most trustworthy source of information. In 2018, 36%. In 2018, in 2019, there is a mistake in the presentation, 31%. So we see this trend. And also another thing is, I think comes hand by hand with the popularity of internet and using internet as a source of information, the trustworthiness of internet websites for Central Asian people is also increasing year by year. And the last one, so here on this slide we see that more people believe that media reports the news. More people don't believe that media reports the news without bias or prejudice. So people started to be more critical when receiving information from media. And we see this clear trend from year by year. Here there is a contact information. You can visit our website where you can download the databases. As Central Asia Barometer, we adhere to principles of free data, and we want to share our data with all interested people and organizations. So here on our website, soon it will be available to download our data. That is it, I think.
Thank you very much for this quick and very interesting interview. Overview. I'm sure we will have a number of questions about your recent polls, and in particular, two things that were outstanding for me is that what you said about the trust, or you called it disappointment in political leadership, that it is very, very low on the one side, yet the topic of corruption is which connects, of course, also economic corruption, but also, in professional life, is very high on the agenda. So I'm sure there will be some questions about that. But before we move, before we get to the questions, the Q&As, the last speaker on the list for this panel is Anton Artemyev. He's working at the Open Society Foundation, Central Asia Division, based in Berlin. And Anton, I'm not really sure, are you joining us actually from Berlin or from Kazakhstan?
Yes, Anya, I'm in Berlin at the moment, but I'm originally from Kazakhstan, obviously.
Sure. All right. No, very good to have you here, and looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you very much, Anya. And yeah, actually, I will also like to reflect a little bit about the role media actually plays in Central Asia in building this resilience to authoritarianism. So I think that would be a logical link to the previous presentation, but also to what Shamil has said, because I believe that media play a key role in serving public interest all over the world, being traditionally one of the key safeguards of democracy. But my argument is that in Central Asia, media is an even more important pillar of the civic space for a few reasons, and I will speak about them. First, I think they really play the role of making sure that no single narrative dominates the public space. So-called pluralism of opinion exists, and I believe this is something which is taken for granted in Europe, but this is a relatively new phenomenon across the former Soviet Union, and we should not forget about that. Secondly, I think that in countries with weak institutions or inefficient or absent division of power, which is true, unfortunately, for many Central Asian countries, media often uniquely placed to keep government in check. And this obviously comes at a price, because in return, they often face pressure from authoritarian governments who try to shut down them or find other ways to silence them. And almost all independent media actors across Central Asia have faced intimidation from their governments one way or another at different times. But nevertheless, the effect media have is really stunning. And I think the most illustrative case is exactly that investigative journalism which Shamil spoke about by Radio Free Europe, Azotic, and OSCE, because I think that was unprecedented, that such a reaction was caused by a publication, and it really leaves hope that media and the civil society can act collectively against any attempts of the state capture. I also think that during the pandemic, the civil society in Central Asia really stepped in to join efforts of containing the public health crisis. Oftentimes, NGOs and volunteers were providing services that would be normally expected from the governments. And media, in a very similar way, I think, they breached the existing gap of absence of accurate and trustworthy information, because we all know that a large number of fake news and myths have been circulating since the beginning of the epidemics, and many governments actually did a relatively poor job debunking them. That was actually the role that many independent media across our region have assumed, by trying to report accurate statistics as much as they could, by trying to counter disinformation, by helping to spread proven scientific evidence and opinion, things which really matter and actually change a lot during the pandemic. And so these three reasons why I believe media play an even more important role in Central Asia. But as I said, this comes at a price, and pressure from more authoritarian governments is only one reason for that, and only one problem they face, because I believe the biggest challenge media face across the world, but especially so in Central Asia, is the effects of the economic crisis. The economic downturn is probably going to be even worse now after the pandemic. And in some countries of Central Asia, at least, definitely for Kazakhstan, there is a huge problem because there is this division of media which receive state support in the form of state media procurement, and those media which decide not to take that support, which usually comes with some strings attached. The government in Kazakhstan, for example, really spends a lot on so-called state media procurement. The figure which I have for 2018 is 53.4 billion tenge. I think it's roughly a little bit below 200 million US dollars. That's actually more than media received that year in terms of income compared to income they received from advertising. I know that some outlets really tried to bridge the gap in funding with playing with crowdfunding or introducing subscription, but these attempts have really delivered mixed results. So I think we should keep in mind the difficulties, economic difficulties with media are facing while trying to play that important role of a guardian. I think this is also exacerbated by the need for media to go beyond traditional formats as people consume more and more information and analysis from the social media. So they're also forced to constantly innovate, reinvent themselves, fighting for the audience, which also needs investment, and sometimes investment at least in their staff, to train the staff into multimedia formats. I would say that generally in Central Asia, as maybe is the case across former Soviet Union in general, analytical and news media face competition with entertainment content. This actually may be a reason why there was a very interesting dynamics in one of the graphs shown previously, because I noticed that in Kazakhstan, the share of people who actually watch national television has been growing steadily over years. My assumption is that this is because the national television is producing more and more entertaining content, which is becoming with time more and more competitive with the entertaining content which the Russian television used to provide. But it's not necessarily the information and news analytical content, which people still, I think, prefer to look for in the internet. And so we see proliferation of WhatsApp and Telegram channels, Facebook, to a lesser extent, Twitter channels, which actually play that role of media, hybrid media. But there are, of course, always questions about the quality and trustworthiness of content, especially given the algorithms that large social networks exploit. And also that, I mean, it's really difficult to fact check content on WhatsApp or a Telegram channel. And I think the final comment would be that given that role, I think we should remember that media are moving more and more towards internet. And that also means that they depend on access to internet, which is also first uneven across our countries, within regions in each of the Central Asian countries. And then in times of crisis, government usually use restrictions and shutdowns, which also restrict access of people to information. So let me just finish by saying that, yeah, I think it's important for us to understand that key role that media play, being that safeguard for pluralism and against autocracy, but also understand the challenges which they face and try to find ways to support them one way or another. So let me stop here and I'll be happy to take questions.
Thank you very much, Anton. So we had a very interesting overview of what you have so far observed. Of course, we will not escape the question of what is happening now and the term autocracy. It will come up in the discussion. But let me please open now the floor to the participants for any questions. Again, you can raise your hand. You can indicate that you want to speak. You can just write something in the chat box as you wish. But I know this usually takes a minute or two until the participants come with questions. So I want to ask a question to each of you. What I learned from you basically is that, yes, over the past years, through your activities and also in your observation, this social capital, let's say, among the people, the local grounds, among the internet user has been raised dramatically. The people have been sort of empowered, they participate active, or they join data from the internet and then take it. And yet this empowerment, let's say, or social capital that has been rising, what has it led to? Because there seems to be a larger gap between sort of the space, social media space, the local space, and actually the national level, the governance level. It seems that there are two parallel universes, both in Kazakhstan and in Kyrgyzstan. That is one thing. I'm just wondering what you think about the development. Particularly, this question goes to Shamil and to Anton and to Kasiet. I was very intrigued by the data that you were showing about the internet. I do understand, for the reasons you were giving, and also what Anton just said about the decline of using national television, or for various reasons, maybe they are just tired of one-sided stories, of propaganda, of entertainment, whatever. But there is not really a significant rise of the internet and using the internet, because this is what the assumption was also when we remember what Anna Luhrmann said. That usually the perception is, well, democracies are on the rise everywhere in the world because we have the internet. That's, you know, starting from the Arab Spring, the Facebook, whatever, social media. So there is no way back. We are going into the direction of democracy because of the internet. Basically, what you were showing us, it's not that easy, because there seems to be a sort of a core group who uses the internet, indeed, for exchanging, for participating. But is there a dramatic rise? I'm asking the question. Who wants to start? And I'm waiting for more questions from the audience.
Shamil would like to start, and then I will add.
Well, this is just, it's not really the answer, Anya, to your question, but rather a reflection. And if we think, and if we see what's going on for the last 2 weeks in Kyrgyzstan, if you would go to Instagram, Kyrgyz Instagram, which is the most popular social network in Kyrgyzstan, you would see like a massive flow of information and the posts in support of Sadir Japarov. From like anonymous trolls to like pretty real people. So at the end of all, even this path to autocracy, which is not the fact actually in Kyrgyzstan that we are stepping into autocracy, we definitely step out from the legal frame, that's for sure. But how things will develop, it's a big question. But nevertheless, there is an expression of people's will. There is a strong support of Sadir Japarov, and it was like way before the current events. Like I was wondering about his phenomena like a couple of years ago, when he had this massive support of people, of labor migrants, of people in the regions, and I'm always wondering, like, why? What is the phenomenon? How come that he gets this? So my point is that access to information and definitely in place, and people share ideas. And as I said in my presentation, like my first question, like people, like every individual has a power to share the ideas and etc. now widely, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it will lead to democracy. It doesn't mean that. Probably we overestimate people's consciousness in that sense, overestimate it. And that is why we are so surprised. but we probably should admit that right now, this narrative of those universal values is not as well developed as we wish, you know, and so the question is then, well, the thing is that in the social media, all those narratives are developing quite naturally and organically. I haven't seen any rights organization or any international institution who worked in that field of the social media efficiently in a way as it goes, you know, organically in those social media. We step into it, but you know, we're stepping with reports, we're stepping with some messages. People ignore it. People, I mean, it's boring for them. But something else, those theory of conspiracy, etc., it's very interesting. It's very supported by the counterparts on social media. So the thing is, like, how should we, that we should find another approach, innovative approach, how to advance the ideas of social justice and universal values.
Thank you. Very interesting, Shamil. Anton, you want to add to that, please?
Yeah, a few comments on my side. I also don't think I have a solution to this problem. I think that this kind of division or these bubbles have always existed to an extent, but it probably was better than it is now. For example, I am trying to remember, like 20 years when I started working, people were mostly consuming content from newspapers and television, and I mean there was always a choice, at least at that time in Kazakhstan, for example. So, for example, I still think that there were people who relied mostly on one-side information, which was tilted more towards the government narrative, and there were always people who preferred to read like what was called in the opposition newspapers, and whose public opinion was more tilted to the other side. But it was much easier to bridge the two together by just simply going to a kiosk and buying like these 2-3 newspapers who everyone knew. And basically, by reading them, you could basically come to some kind of like a middle point, making some sense of both opposing polar viewpoints. I think with the introduction of social media, it really became difficult and even impossible, because we all live in these bubbles, and it doesn't matter actually what kind of bubble it is. I mean, Facebook is immensely popular in Kazakhstan, but within a very specific group, demographic group. I mean, it's usually urban, middle-aged, well-educated, better off people, for example. So they definitely live and comment in their own bubble. And those Telegram channels, WhatsApp channels, which I mentioned, of course, often appeal to completely different demographics, but there is no bridge between them. And frankly, I mean, I have no idea how we can bridge the divide. So actually, my assumption is that at the moment, we will only be seeing these narratives and these bubbles departing further from each other. That's a problem, because it really leads to a more fragmented society. How we can build that up is really a huge challenge. I don't know a solution, but I think this is something which we should probably be looking for.
Thank you very much, Anton. I would like to give now the floor to Kaziet, yes? And I have a few questions already, people raising hands and having questions. So Kaziet, you have the floor, and then we move on to other questions.
Okay, I just want to comment what my colleagues said. I also believe that this access to internet didn't produce more democracy because of the content people are consuming, because it's more like, even if it's a political content, it's more like other, in Kyrgyzstan we have many YouTube channels which are dedicated to different rumors about politicians, about this fairy tales about them, but not really real stuff. And also I share the opinions of my colleagues about these bubbles, as Anton said, and I think it's more because of the algorithms of this social media. For example, on Facebook, your feed is constructed based on your on what you liked before. And if you and there is a culture among us that if somebody says something different to our own opinion, we go and block him and we don't hear from him anymore. Likewise, here now in Kyrgyzstan, there is a big divide between Twitter users and Instagram users. Twitter users are all against Sadyr Japarov, and from Instagram and Facebook, you can still find many supporters of him. That's it.
Thank you so much. That was a very interesting insight. So what I understand is you actually conducted some studies on the difference between, let's say, Facebook, Telegram, and Twitter users, and that there are among the internet bubblers, I call them now, there are different bubbles on political bubbles, even on Twitter users and Facebook, etc., or whatever media. That is super interesting, and I really think we have to go more into that direction. It probably, even if it doesn't give us the answers that we're all seeking for, I think it explains a lot of things, not necessarily yet the answer, but it explains something. Very interesting, Kaziat. I hope you can share more of your surveys and research. But I would like to give the floor now to Elira Turdubayeva from the online university. You have already been sharing some of your the link in the chat box, but please, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's a really nice event, and I regret that I didn't submit my abstract to present at this panel. A very nice discussion going on. Thank you very much for all presenters. They've done pretty interesting work, especially research and surveys. So you know the current situation in Kyrgyzstan, and I would like to ask about the role of social media, social networking sites like Facebook, Instagram, Telegram, and WhatsApp. As you have seen the press conference of our current Prime Minister, Sadyr Japarov, he said that he had more than 50 groups on his WhatsApp and more than 10,000 contacts on his phone. So the role of social media to mobilize people to protests and to claim their rights is dramatic in Kyrgyzstan, and it needs to be researched. We already had two recent fresh articles by Rashid Gabdukulov and Gulzat Bayalieva on a short overview of how Kyrgyz language social media, especially YouTube and Instagram, were used to mobilize supporters of Sadyr Japarov. So I think this is a really interesting phenomena in Kyrgyzstan to explore and to research further, because as you see, all supporters of Japarov, they are actively using all platforms, both Russian language platforms such as Odnoklassniki, Mail.ru, and also interpersonal communication channels such as Telegram and WhatsApp, and also other social media, and live streaming from Alato Square using Facebook. All participants are live streaming and sharing videos on YouTube. So I think that this information war, as we can say, yeah, this is the main, component of current protests, which differentiates it from previous 2010 protest revolution. Yeah, now they can report directly live streaming from Alato Square. So I think that this phenomenon needs to be discussed also and further and researched. Thank you very much.
Very interesting, Elira. I also have some questions for you then, but please, first our panelist. Kaziat, do you want to respond to it, or Shamil?
Yes, I can. Yes, you're hearing me. Actually, at Central Asia Barometer, our survey is quite big, and we have the part about activities of people in social media as well. What do they do there? Share their opinions, watch videos, or different stuff. But Elira is right that I think I've got some ideas for our future research projects. Maybe we need to expand this section on social media activities of people in order to gain more insight. That's it.
Thank you. Shamil or Anton, do you have, from your experience, any response? Because these were quite dramatic numbers that Elira mentioned about the current prime minister, self-nominated prime minister in Kyrgyzstan, and his way of using social media.
I can only quickly thank Elira for sharing the publications in the chat box, because actually I didn't see them, so that will actually be very useful to read in the next couple of days. So thanks very much for sharing this information.
Thank you. Shamil, do you want to?
No, I don't really have this. It was, from my perspective, from a personal perspective, I don't have data to confirm this, to back this, but this is a phenomena of how with the funding you can create this massive media flow and this media narrative, because what we witnessed is it was quite obvious if you analyze the social media accounts that were used during pre-election period for Mekanim Kyrgyzstan, for example, and Kyrgyzstan, those even influencers who were standing for those political parties, how they immediately switched to support of Sadir Japarov when there was a need to create this narrative of him as a hero. So my point is that it's quite orchestrated process in general. All those social media support, and of course, I'm not saying that it's absolutely orchestrated and paid, but I believe that the most of it is. And of course, there is a big part of honest supporters of Japarov.
Thank you, Shamil. That was basically going in the same direction. Elira, you're still with us, right? Because I don't see your picture yet. Yes, but I have actually a question to that, what you were saying or what you were sharing. I didn't have time yet to go through the publication, but you also have a comparison between Central Asia and Caucasus, Ukraine and Moldova. In particular, since what Anna Luhrmann said in her introduction, when we look at, she was also comparing Armenia and Kyrgyzstan until last year of having similar tendencies. We know Armenia did a huge step ahead, also in form of democracy a couple of years ago. And now you see where both countries are actually this year. The one is in war, the other one is maybe even bridging, in front of a very big societal divide. Even some people talk about civil war right now. At least the term is up in the air. We hope it's not going to happen, of course. But look, both countries have been evaluated, Armenia and Kyrgyzstan, as post-Soviet countries with the same starting point in the 1990s, with immense and tremendous developments. And now, is there anything in your comparative studies? I know they are a couple of years old, but are you following this up?
We did a content analysis of media, mostly online media, how they are covering the issues and processes happening in Caucasus countries, mostly Armenia and Georgia and Azerbaijan, and whether there are any foreign reporting going on, like connecting these two regions, like cross-border connections and economic and political and other relations. But we found a few articles and news articles and interviews about Caucasus, and there is not much information about what's going on in Caucasus. The same for I don't know, maybe Caucasian media also reports less on Central Asia, but what we have found were just visits of presidents and some diplomatic relations, and that's all. But we couldn't find any analytical articles, materials reporting on border issues going on in between Armenia and Azerbaijan, or corruption of Ilham Aliyev, yeah, or democratic processes, how it's going on. There were almost no publications on this. So we underlined this, that foreign reporting in Central Asia, specifically Kyrgyzstan, is really poor. Journalists, they don't report on these processes happening in other post-Soviet countries. So this was the main hypothesis, yeah.
All right. Okay. Interesting. And from your recent data and work, I'm not sure if you work on this, but do you see any parallels? We just talked about the internet bubbles, the many bubbles. Maybe we have to talk about the variety of bubbles, not a variety of democracy in the future. It seems to be a bubble democracy right now. Are there parallels between these? And I'm just speaking now about post-Soviet space, particularly Central Asia, of course, but there's an interesting parallel also to what's happening in the Caucasus.
Yes, talking about internet bubbles, there are all these messages creating public opinion. They are like coordinated actions of both fake accounts and not fake accounts. I mean, these are all amplification of messages online. So to create and to manipulate public opinion. So all these bots on Twitter and bots on Instagram and fake accounts and trolleys on Facebook, there are also hypotheses that they are being coordinated by Russia, by Putin. They have whole trolley farms. So these trolley farms are also present in Central Asia and coordinating actions online. So these bots and all these fake accounts and misinformation and disinformation is a huge, means of communication and propaganda of Russia. So, and the Russian politics in Caucasus also, now if you look at online discussions of what's going on in Armenia and Azerbaijan, you see all this Turkey's role there supporting Azerbaijan and also Russia's role. So how to analyze all these online discourses and narratives is a huge research topic.
Thank you very much, Elira. I would like to give, before we end this session, because I don't see more questions coming up. So again, last call for all those who have a question. It can be just a question for more information. It can be a contribution. But I would like to give the floor back to the panelists and also to the topic of this session, autocracies on the rise. We see local capacities have been empowered, or we see interaction, but is that really a question we have to ask? Because Shamil, you were saying you do not see the immediate danger yet of, for instance, in Kyrgyzstan, turning back to an autocracy. In the other countries, despite all the recent events, we see there's a slow sort of empowerment, people making use of their new freedoms. Where are we?
Can I make a remark? I'm saying that it's not compulsory that we will end up in autocracy. We had a conversation with Anton another day that there is only one hope to resist this sliding to autocracy is the strong civil society that we have in the country. That is why I believe that even if there is an attempt to slide into authoritarianism, but at this stage, the power, the government is not that strong to do that, because I mean, there is so many factors, negative factors for Kyrgyzstan exist, you know, like the coronavirus, the public health crisis, the economic crisis, political crisis, and Kyrgyzstan is heavily dependent on international aid and support that is mostly presented by the Western institutions. And of course, there is Russia, there is China, definitely. But I believe that both China and Russia, they're mostly interested in the instability of the country, while the Western institutions interested mostly in stability and in the rule of law, for sure. So I think that that civil society, the strong civil society, will balance it in the midterm, though there still might be risks of the usurpation of the power in the short term perspective.
Thank you, Shamil. Anybody else? I would like to, Kasia, Anton.
Kasia,
okay. I would like to share here that I don't share the idea that the authoritarian autocracies, Central Asian autocracies are on the rise, but I see from our data that protest moods of Central Asian people are on the rise, really. For example, in Kazakhstan, from 2017 till 2020, there is a clear decrease of the support for Nuratan party. According to our data, in 2017, 74% of people supported Nuratan. In this year, in June, July, only 30% of people said that they support Nuratan. So there is a real dynamic, and I think that a lot of our data about the increase of people who think that the country is moving in the wrong direction tells a lot about the protest moods.
Thank you. Again, all these pieces of information and observations are very, very helpful to get the big puzzle right. Anton, you have...
yeah, thanks. Just a few comments. Well, first, I think there are different degrees of autocracy, and we can see that countries really drift. They are not stagnant in that state of autocracy. For example, what we've seen in Uzbekistan, quite a dramatic departure from where they were just a few years ago and where they are now. Or let's take Kazakhstan, for example, where we also see like a softer version of autocracy following transition of power from Nazarbayev to Tokayev. So it also has an impact on the civil society, obviously. So just, one word of caution that autocracy is not something stable. It keeps on evolving and changing. And I would say that probably the biggest threat, which I would say at the moment, is that autocracy may come hand in hand with all those set of aspects which are so typical for this so-called post-truth world. Basically, when politicians appeal to emotions rather than to the rational reasoning, that's actually a very serious threat. And I believe that so far, not necessarily, coming back to media, I think media have always also been trying to confront some toxic narratives by appealing to reason. But politicians actually across the world, and I think that in Central Asia, authoritarian politicians, they also learn this lesson that actually you can be quite successful by appealing to emotions. So I believe that response to authoritarianism should also take into account that building your arguments on just rational reasoning is not enough anymore. You also need to take into account the emotional component of your messages somehow. And I hope, yes, the media and the people actually will learn how to live in this post-truth environment. That's a challenge for us all.
Yeah, thank you. Also, identifying basically the challenges now that lay ahead. We have to deal with this, particularly with social media, because we have a lot of actors actually in the social media. So since we have 2 more minutes, there is one question which seems not directly be related now, but it is somewhat related to this whole topic. And whoever wants to respond to it, please feel free. And that is the other elephant in the room, China. people start asking questions about, all right, we talk about actors now, big influencers, Russia, of course, Turkey even was mentioned, and they're also not completely passive in Central Asia. But there is another very big influential power next door. And the question always rises, are they completely neutral to all these developments, or is there maybe some hints on how they influence the current process? Any idea? Yeah, Kasia, please.
Okay, so in our survey, as I said, it's quite big. We also have a section on Chinese presence in Central Asia. We ask people questions about how do they feel about Chinese workers coming in, and buying land by Chinese people. And I don't have like clear, exact figures to share right now, but actually we see this trend that as the Chinese presence evolves in Central Asia, the xenophobia in Central Asia evolves as well. And also we have a section which asks people's opinions on how do they feel about foreign countries, like about Russia, China, and other border countries in Central Asia. We also see there that China is on the second place. Most favorable one is Russia. The next is China, and the least is United States right now. So, but I don't have any insights on Chinese influence on this authoritarianism, democratization processes in Central Asia. Like our section on Chinese presence is more about economy, not politics.
Yeah, very interesting. Any other word? Because I read it in the news just yesterday or today. You know, question came about: is there any role by China also in the current events in Kyrgyzstan? The big question from a let's say academic research perspective is always, when we see these developments on democratization, autocratization, is who benefits? The question is who benefits? So this is, I think, why the question came up. I don't know if Shamil or Anton, you still want to say something about it. Otherwise, I leave it open, maybe also some food for thought for tomorrow. But please, if you want to respond.
I think it's just a huge topic, Anya, frankly. I think it's worth a separate conversation, because China obviously has been playing and probably will be playing an even more important role in Central Asia. And I think we should always be careful not to vilify it. But also understand, I mean, that, yeah, there are a lot of sensitivities. It's very tricky, but it's actually a largely understudied area, frankly, and it definitely requires further studies and further conversations.
All right, no, thank you. Building the bridge. We will actually have conferences and meetings on that subject matter. In spring, we have a conference at the OSCE Academy talking about the role of China, or the Belt and Road Initiative, and its influence in not only in Central Asia, through all Eurasia up to Europe and the world. Shamil, I don't want to stop you from sharing your views, please.
Just a quick note. Yes, I would agree with Kasia on that fact that China is mostly interested, their intervention are very specific on economic development. It's not even economic development, but more like infrastructural support. And in a couple of years from now, we are reaching the peak of those payments that we have to pay back the loans, start paying back the loans that we received from China. I made a very clear statement recently that there is no space for negotiations of the reconstruction of this restructuring of the loan, of the debt. And there is no way that China will forgive the debts of Kyrgyzstan. So it's quite obvious then that China is interested to have some authorities in place that they can communicate with, that they can negotiate and if necessary, make a pressure on, in terms of those financial obligations of the country. In terms of their role in current events, it's very unlikely from my side, because what definitely China is not interested in is to have a hotspot on the borders of Xinjiang region. It's definitely not what they're interested in. And of course, they are mostly interested that they don't care, it seems like my personal opinion, they don't really bother about the regime itself. What they are interested in some sustainability and stability of the country.
Right, thank you very much, Shamil, for these last words. With these words, I will close today's session on stability in the region, and let's see how we move to that, because currently, not only in Central Asia, we have many hotspots, so to say, all around the world, particularly shifting between autocracies, democracies. I personally learned a great deal from all of the speakers today, and looking more into actually local and sort of virtual participation, and I've learned a great deal about the bubbles that we are speaking to. And we will, again, we will start tomorrow with the second part of this session at 10:30 Bishkek time, with actually the latest results, the 2020 results from the World Values Survey. And then we will move on again to the larger post-Soviet realm, and also focus more on countries tomorrow like Tajikistan. Thank you very much, the panelists. I very much enjoyed this panel. Thank you. Thanks. So now, yeah, we are already a good crowd, and now I officially welcome everyone to the second day of the Value Transformation Conference. We had a first day yesterday with sort of overall view also on the tendencies towards more autocracies or actually a democracy, and there was some interesting discussions we had yesterday, that on the one side, many of our surveys and the researchers and also the local activists noticed that over the past years, actually in Central Asia, the local demand and the capacities, the awareness towards, let's say, more democratic values, participatory values, egalitarian values have risen, but at the same time, there is a tendency towards autocratic leadership. So basically, the local level and the national level not necessarily match. And there was also another interesting discussion on the role of the internet in this setting. And some of our speakers outlined that there are sort of these people who have a rising awareness of participatory, let's say, emancipatory values. They group in their own social media bubbles, whether this is Twitter or Facebook or Instagram, etc., etc. So it seems that we have sort of a rising awareness and maybe also a shift in values, democratic values on the local level, on the individual level, that is sort of manifests itself in certain internet bubbles. But that it does not necessarily match with the tendencies of sort of political development on the national levels / are we moving to more autocracies? So there was some of the sort of the first round of discussions we had yesterday, and that very well leads to the second day. And I'm very, very happy about all the speakers we have today, but particularly the keynote speakers we have now. And I will just say briefly for all the participants that have joined, we have a slight shift in program. We will start as indicated in the program with the World Values Survey with the latest data. I'm very happy to have here the president of the World Values Survey, Professor Christian Herpfer, based in Vienna. He's also professor at the University of Vienna. And the secretary of the World Values Survey, Dr. Ksenia Klisirova. She's also based in Vienna, and she's with us, and they both will actually give the first keynote speech, and then it will be followed up by the Saudat Olimova from Tajikistan, the keynote speaker that couldn't make it yesterday due to electricity problems and connection problems, but she will present her data right after the World Values Survey. So without further ado, I will pass on the word to Ksenia. Ksenia, you have also some data to share, I suppose, and you can just share your screen and take the floor.
Thank you so much, Anya, for this introduction. Hello, dear all, and good afternoon to you. It is our great pleasure to be part of this conference in these extraordinary times that we are living these days. It is of utmost importance to continue study of values and political transformations and our attempts, of course, to understand and explain those. And we are really happy to be part of this conference. Together with Professor Herfer, the president of the World Values Survey, will speak today about the new survey findings we obtained in Central Asia in the current, still ongoing, Wave 7 of the World Values Survey. First of all, a couple of words about the project we are presenting today, in case if somebody in the audience is not familiar with WS yet. The World Values Survey is a large-scale comparative cross-cultural survey research program. It is dedicated to the study of values. In the WS, we conduct public opinion surveys which inquire about people's values, norms, motivations, attitudes. We study political values, social values, economic values. We study ethical norms and other perceptions. We examine how these values change over time or probably remain stable, and how value change is linked with the development of societies, political development, economic development, and culture. This program is one of the world's largest and longest social research projects. We started back in 1981, so next year we will be celebrating our 40 years anniversary. By now we have surveyed already 120 world countries, which altogether represent 94% of the world population. So the program has a truly global scope. Central Asian republics are recent members in the WVS. Conducting international projects became possible first after the dissolution of the Soviet Union, and yet already after obtaining the independence, some countries in the region have chosen the path of this relative isolation. Thus, it was not until the last 2 decades that we could survey Central Asia. And in this respect, the case of Kyrgyzstan is especially remarkable because Kyrgyzstan was a pioneer. It was the very first Central Asian country to join the WVS. The first survey was conducted here back in 2003. And as you can see now, in the current round, we have already 4 out of 5 Central Asian republics, plus the surveys at the moment ongoing in Mongolia. And the only country which remains and which we still have no possibility to survey is Turkmenistan. But beyond Central Asia, the current 7th survey round, which will be finished in summer next year, it will cover over 90 world countries. And thus there are really great possibilities for cross-country and cross-regional comparison. And most importantly is that all this data is available in free access, and all of you can visit our website, download this data, or analyze it directly there. One of the first interesting findings of our study is related to the subjective evaluations of happiness, well-being, and life satisfactions. What we find is that in Central Asian countries, people report the highest levels of happiness and general life satisfaction, not only in the whole of former Soviet Union area, but also actually in the whole of the world. This is quite remarkable in a way that cross-country variation on happiness, despite the many recent studies on non-economic origins of happiness, is still substantially explained by the GDP rate. So approximately 25% of variance is explained by GDP. But alongside with Latin America, Central Asia constitutes this special case and an exception from this rule. And if you look at the numbers with the index values from 0 to 1, both happiness and life satisfaction in Central Asia are close to values of 0.8, 0.9. These are the levels of happiness we see in Sweden, in Denmark, in New Zealand. So those countries which are on the top of the world list of happiness. We can also see that over the past years, there was increase in population happiness in Kyrgyzstan. There is some correlation with demography of the respondents, such as age, income, or education, but the explanatory power of demographic characteristics is not very strong. So there must be some special regional cultural factors which explain these very high levels of happiness in the region. And it would be really interesting to learn from the experts from the region what those can be. In the WS, we also study tolerance and xenophobia. As we know, tolerance is vital to the functioning of liberal democracies. In societies where individual rights and freedoms are recognized and protected, some amount of tolerance of different is required. Central Asia is not homogeneous in this respect, with Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan having higher levels of racial tolerance comparing to other republics, but also comparing to the neighboring Asian and also other former Soviet Union countries. Tolerance towards other racial and ethnic groups is a bit lower in Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, where around a third of respondents say that they would not want to have representatives of other nationalities or races as their neighbors. In overtime perspective and across the generations, we find some slow but positive dynamics towards decline of xenophobia and greater tolerance. However, the individual freedoms related to private life and which apparently conflict with the norms of the predominant religion in the region are still not tolerated. In this respect, there is no tolerance of different in Central Asian societies yet. What else we find in Central Asia is the relatively low levels of social trust. You can see here these light yellow and light green colors on the map, which are coherent with the neighboring Russia and also Asian countries, but also Eastern European countries such as Ukraine, Moldova, and Romania. Horizontal social trust levels not only remain relatively modest in Central Asia, but also have declined since 2011 in Kazakhstan and in Kyrgyzstan. Decline of trust is usually associated with the growing inequality and also polarization in the society. And in this respect, the dynamics of change of social trust in Kyrgyzstan is quite interesting because it shows that social trust levels have dropped in both measurements made before the substantial political changes, before the tulip revolution of 2005 and now in 2019, and we finished the survey just in January this year. So before these most recent political events started a few weeks ago. What is also important is a significant gap between trust to the inner circle, people whom we know, and out groups, other people out there. While in all world countries, it is absolutely natural to trust your family more than you trust the strangers, of course. However, the bigger this gap is, the less is the overall social cohesion in society, and the greater are fractionalization and intergroup cleavages. For comparison, in Sweden or Denmark, which are examples of societies with the highest levels of trust in the project, also according to other survey findings, we still have 95% of respondents who trust their families, but we also have 75–80% of respondents who trust people as a whole, who trust strangers. And this is different in Central Asia, where we can see high levels of trust inside these small groups, what is called sometimes as bonded social capital, but little trust between groups, which is sometimes referred to as bridging social capital. Another important finding that we have refers to the relatively higher gender values bias and to the decline of gender equality in Central Asian perceptions of gender equality. Here we can probably speak about some clashes between the historical legacy of the Soviet Union, where ideology of gender equality and equal participation of males and females at the labor market was promoted, and the traditional norms, the existing religions norms, which became more emphasized later. The situation is a bit better in Kazakhstan, but other three countries, and Kyrgyzstan is no exception here, have quite high gender values bias. Moreover, comparing to 2003, the first time point that we have for Kyrgyzstan, there was quite a decline of gender equality index in Kyrgyzstan. This might be linked with the political instability and all those political changes which are ongoing in the countries, because they actualize so-called materialist or survival values. In the times of uncertainties, people want first of all to survive. While gender equality belongs already to post-materialist values, which emerge when basic economic and security needs of the society are satisfied. In addition to these individual indicators in the WS, we have also developed several values indexes. This pair here, for example, are complex indexes. They are based on 25 different questions. And we distinction here between emancipative values, which refer to freedom of choice, equality of opportunities, priorities for lifestyle liberty, gender equality, autonomy, voice, and participation. And the secular values index. Secular values is the opposite of traditional values. Traditional values, they comprise high religiosity, national pride, respect for authority, obedience, traditional family values. Emancipative values, they evolve as a consequence of economic development and constitute the key cultural component of a broader process of human empowerment. They empower people to exercise freedoms and thus they trigger movements towards democracy. And what we find in the Central Asian and Developed Values Survey, these values remain relatively at the moderately low level, and there is also again some decline in Kyrgyzstan. Professor Herfer, in his part, he will speak more about the support for democracy and other political attitudes. But flourishing democracies require not only nominal support for democracy, but also a certain mindset of values and attitudes which reinforce the democratic political culture. And these values of emancipation are still pretty much in development in Central Asia. Again, maybe the national level data, there is some distinction between the national level, national average and the local level data. But if you look at the level of the country, this is the picture which we obtain. And another format, and this is my very last slide, which we use to present these indexes is the so-called World Cultural Map. This is the new version of the map dated with year 2020. It is based on the latest wave, and we finished this map just literally a few days ago. This map shows the global cross-country and cross-regional variation between these major dimensions. The materialist values of survival, traditionalism, and secular values of emancipation and self-expression. Following the revised theory of modernization, which was developed in the WS, people's values shift from traditional to secular rational as their sense of existential security increases. And people values shift from survival, so from left to the right, to self-expression as their sense of individual agency increases. In this respect, in Central Asian societies, we observe the primary spread of traditional and survival values still. We can see a distinction between Kazakhstan on one side, which is more secular and less traditional, and Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan remain relatively close to each other on these value scores. This doesn't mean that the cultures of the countries are so close and so similar, but this shows that similar types of values are emphasized, traditional values are still emphasized in these societies. On the example of Kyrgyzstan, this doesn't necessarily mean that people are rejecting the ideas of democracy and emancipation, but what it shows us that the lengthy process of political struggle and political transformation raises this existential insecurity, which can have a negative impact on the perception of gender equalities or civil liberties. And now we proceed with the second part, which will be dedicated to the perceptions of democracy and political values.
Thank you, Ksenia. Professor Herfer, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Professor Mir. I'm very happy to be with you. I regret that I cannot be with you in Bishkek, but there's not much we can do about it. Okay, so we have now this new survey, the wave number 7 of the World Values Survey, and we had also questions about political behavior, political ideas, political values. In this context, I developed the concept of critical capital. Political capital is not political participation. Political capital is our knowledge, our skills, our qualifications, our motivation to understand politics. So it's like, you know, this concept of economic capital, of social capital, cultural capital, and human capital. In this case, we want to see which citizens know about politics, which citizens discuss about politics, which citizens are interested in politics, and what is the significance of politics for their own life. And as you can see, that the highest element of political capital is, they say, politics is very important for my life, for the life of my family. So they say, I'm not living independently, politics is influencing our life, our families, in society. And the highest importance of politics for the private life and social life is in Tajikistan. In Tajikistan, we have 51% of citizens who say politics is important for us as a citizen, as a social group, our cities and villages. The second highest level of political capital in terms of importance of politics is Uzbekistan, 45%. And the next one is Kazakhstan with 44%. Interesting, in Kyrgyzstan, where we have all these political changes in the last years, only 35% are saying politics is important for my life. So this is a bit of a contradiction, because politics is influencing life in Kyrgyzstan a lot. But nevertheless, they say only 1/3 are saying it's very important or important for us. Okay, the second element of political capital is interest in politics. Because some people are interested in politics, some people are interested in sports, others are interested in culture, etc. So these political interests we found again very high in Tajikistan. 47% of people in Tajikistan are saying, I'm interested in politics. And the same level with 45% is in Uzbekistan. So it's quite high compared to other European and Asian countries in Central Asia. In Kazakhstan, the interest in politics is 42%. Interesting enough, despite the political changes in Kyrgyzstan, only 30% are saying I'm interested in politics. So this is another interesting fact about Kyrgyzstan, which we found in our new survey from this year and last year. So this data are new. This data are from this year and last year. But we did it fortunately before the changes started in Kyrgyzstan, so the survey was completed in normal circumstances. And finally, we asked them, about political involvement. How involved are people in politics? How often they discuss politics with their friends? And there we see that now in real family life in Kyrgyzstan, people are much more active. So they don't say I'm interested in general, but they talk to their friends and families a lot about politics. 22% said this year, before the political changes or political tensions, that they discuss politics often with friends. So every 5th citizen of Kyrgyzstan is discussing politics with friends. This is by far the highest level of political involvement at the social level in the whole of Central Asia. We have half of it, 10% in Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, where citizens in these two countries are discussing politics with their friends and families and peers. And relatively low is the political involvement in Kazakhstan. 8% are saying we're discussing politics a lot with my friends and family. Now, who are people with high political capital? And here we can say that there is some correlation with age. So, but the correlation is not very strong. It's only 0.4%. In Kyrgyzstan, it's a bit higher with 0.7, but it's not really dramatic. There's a clear gender bias. Men discuss politics more than women, which is not surprising, but so there's men are much more involved in discussion and interest and in importance of politics. Education is quite important. So the more you're educated, the more you talk about politics, the more you learn about politics, the more you know about who is the president, who are the parties, and so on. So education is very important as a predictor, as a basis for political capital. And it's very high in Kyrgyzstan. In Kyrgyzstan, the beta is 13%, which means that the higher educated you are in Kyrgyzstan, the more likely you are politically involved and interested. Social class, there's some bias as the middle class in Kyrgyzstan with a beta of 0.11. And income is also a little bit. So it's if we talk about political capital, it's very much anchored, we think, in the middle class in Central Asia. But having said this, the ask there of explaining the whole situation is only 3%, so it's not dramatic, but nevertheless. So now we move on to the next slide. Now, we have, as Professor Mir said, the importance of new media, the importance of telephone, the importance of internet. And we started in 81 to do the survey when there was no internet. But now, in this wave, we developed a whole new battery to measure social media, to measure internet, to measure digital information. So we are distinguishing in our study between traditional media and digital media, because we want to find out what is the relation between them, what is the interaction. And if we look at the traditional media like television, radio, newspaper, then it's still clear that television is still very strong as a traditional source of news and information. So we did not ask how often do you use television, we asked, do you use television for news and information about politics? So this was not general usage, it was using this old or new media for political information. So if somebody looks about football, this does not count, it's only about politics. So the highest traditional source in Central Asia, in Uzbekistan, was television. 80% of citizens in Uzbekistan are watching television to learn about politics, to learn about political news. It's a bit lower in Kyrgyzstan, but still 70% of Kyrgyz citizens are using the television to get their political information. In Tajikistan and Kazakhstan, around 61, 63%. But still, the big majority in all countries in Central Asia, which we studied, they rely heavily on television to get political information. Then, newspapers. There is a decline of newspapers. In Kyrgyzstan, only 4% of citizens are reading newspapers. So especially young people in Kyrgyzstan, they stopped reading newspapers, I mean printed newspapers, only 4%. And then we have approximately 10% of citizens in Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, Kazakhstan who are using printed newspapers. They are mostly high of older age, and there's a clear age pattern regarding newspapers. Interesting enough, radio is still quite important to get political information. So in Uzbekistan, we have 34, 1/3 of Uzbek citizens gets the information about politics from the radio station. It's a bit lower in Kazakhstan with 24%, but still it's 1/4. And the same in Kyrgyzstan. So in Kyrgyzstan, 24% of the citizens get their political information from radio stations. Tajikistan is a bit lower with 18%, but basically we can say in Central Asia about 20% of the people use radio for political information. Only in Uzbekistan it's higher with 1/3. And finally, okay, I'm almost finished. Finally, people talk a lot with friends, so this is also traditional. So we have 50% in Uzbekistan, and in Kyrgyzstan 50%. So there's a lot going on this informal, horizontal way. If you look at the new media, digital media, we can clearly see the country with the highest level of digital media is Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan has 61% mobile phone usage for politics, 60% internet, 50% social media, 25% email. This means Kyrgyzstan is different. Kyrgyzstan, at least in our data, is the most digital country in Central Asia, whereas the others, for example, Uzbekistan, have almost no digital information for politics, also in Tajikistan. In Kazakhstan, it's a bit higher. So can we go to the next final slide? Okay, so what we found is we have a difference between conventional political action like voting and unconventional political participation like demonstrations. So voting is still very dominant at national elections. Around 80% say they voted the last national election, and about 90% in the last local election. And finally, if you look at the sort of new political participation, we can see that we have in Kyrgyzstan 9% who signed the petition. We have 6% who went to a demonstration. So the unconventional behavior in Kyrgyzstan is, which we measured this year, is quite high. 9% signed a petition, 6% had a demonstration participation, 80% contacted the government official, 4% signed an e-petition. So it's the only country which has e-petitions in the whole of Central Asia in a significant way, and 2% joined the strike. So finally, we can see that, I have more slides, but I can do it in the discussion. We can see there is a picture which is evolving of increasing heterogeneity between Kyrgyzstan and other countries in terms of political ideas, political values, and political participation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both of the keynote speakers. These were absolute fascinating insights, and as I understand, these data come fresh. Basically, they're brand new, very recent. I have shared, however, the link to the World Value Survey website with everyone. I'm not sure if all this data is already available on the website, but even if it is, that's excellent. Even if it is not now, I'm sure it will be in the next couple of weeks or in the near future. So for all of those who would like to dive into this data more, we will have a discussion on this presentation. But before we go in the discussion on the World Value Survey, I would like to pass on the floor to Saudat Olimova. She is based in Dushanbe. She is the director of the research center there, actually also collaborating with the World Value Survey, as far as I understand. And Saudat has also prepared some of the recent data for Central Asia on value transformation. Saudat, you have the floor. We're looking forward to your presentation.
At first, I would like to say thank you for very interesting possibility to take part in your event. And I have to say about history of transformation of political views in Central Asia. 3 decades of the post-Soviet transit showed that despite common starting points, a political development of post-Soviet countries went in different ways and led to unlike results. As authoritarianism based on the concentration of political economics and military power in the hands of the ruling elites has become the norm in most post-Soviet countries. Why? What factors contributed to development of authoritarianism in the post-Soviet development? What popular views, values, and orientations have made it possible for the present-day authoritarian states to survive? This presentation examines the evolution of views, values, and preferences of the population of the Central Asia countries that support the sustainability of authoritarian political regimes. Without going into review of theories, we propose to examine the dynamics of transformation through a prism of studies of public opinion in a single country in Central Asia, Tajikistan. In mapping this evolution, we use public opinion polls carried out by the Shark Research Center in 1996, 2010, 2030, and last survey 2020. This survey was conducted in framework World Value Survey, and I'm very glad to see our colleagues from this absolutely extremely important survey command team. Some of the findings in this state are, it's my small words, are heuristic to the studies of other Central Asia states. Essentially, we contend that the reality of political authoritarianism and the public view and understanding of the political system are not really contradictory. The public are neither radical nor conservative, but their views on politics are fragmented, inconsistent, and increasingly indifferent. A few words about survey design. I think that I can пропустить. And I would like to say a few of the most general words about the political transformation in the Central Asia countries. At first, researchers admit the so-called clan bureaucratic capitalism has taken shape in the Central Asia countries, aimed mainly at taking hold of political power as quickly as possible. The groups that came to power used bureaucratic and political power to take control over the key economic resources the government acquired during the collapse of the Soviet Union in the process of privatization of state and collective property. The collaboration among elites, economic interest groups, and military structures not only determined the specific of the new political elites, but also created a new bourgeois within the framework of clan bureaucratic capitalism. They were the main driving force of transformation in our countries. In hydrocarbon-rich states such as Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, natural rent has provided the elites with the opportunity to benefit from privatization and strengthen their supremacy through unofficial institutes and the strong bureaucracy inherited from the Soviet Union. Uzbekistan's experience is very interesting, where the elite groups was much stronger than in other Central Asia countries. Also, it was almost as fragmented as the neighboring Tajikistan. Strong bureaucracy blocked any open competition of local elites. These greatly contributed to consolidation of the regime. As a result, Uzbekistan formed the neo-patrimonial authoritarian regime very early. Kyrgyzstan's democratization was largely related to the weakness of the nomenclatura and the shortage of resources. For these reasons, Kyrgyzstan Soviet leaders immediately conceded power to the newly born democrats. The country's new elite, which didn't have enough resources to consolidate its power, asked for international assistance. After receiving Western funding, Kyrgyzstan carried out the most extensive democratic reforms in the region. Due to the fact that democracy was planted in the country under the pressure of donors, foreign partners, and advisors, it was and remains unstable, which is clearly shown by the revolutions. We can see this situation in present days. The public opinion monitoring carried out in Central Asia countries shows that societies has largely been liberated from the influence of extremely leftist ideologies, including communists. At the same time, the number of liberals has significantly shrunk. Extreme right-wing ideologies have not become widespread either. On the whole, society orientations vary widely within the centrum's not liberal range, whereby interest in politics and the level of participation in it have dropped, excluding Kyrgyzstan. As Tajikistan survey shows in 2030, the respondent interested in politics to one extent or another constituted only 39%. 56% not interested. In the past year, the economic situation has deteriorated and interest in politics has increased, absolutely increased. Data of 2020 World Value Survey shows the interest in politics has increased to 46.7%. There is also, as a political views Two major groups can be singled out among the respondents in Tajikistan, as in the other Central Asia countries. One of them supports democracy, which presumes the existence of a parliament and holding free and fair elections. The other believes that the most suitable form of rule is an authoritarian state headed by a strong leader, Sultan, while the parliament and elections should at best play an instrumental or decorative role. Ой, пожалуйста, самые последние покажите, а? Я пропущу, наверное. Да, вот, спасибо. Thank you. The polls show that during the years, there is also a third group, which is becoming increasingly larger, and it's I fear this. Well-value survey shows the 66 supporters of military rule. There is a fourth group of socio-political marginals who are indifferent about the political structure of their country and feel they have little influence on the situation. But supporters of military rule, it's a surprise for me in this survey. It was absolutely surprised. The poll shows that during the years of the independence, the population of Central Asia countries has been unable to overcome the fragmentation and inconsistency of its political views. Moreover, the number of supporters of democracy has perceptibly dropped. Also, they continue to comprise a large group. When analyzing the public opinion polls for 1996, Stephen Wagner from IFES noted that support for democracy in Tajikistan has no analogy in Central Asia. What is the situation now? Civic participation. Предыдущий, пожалуйста. Нет, там 4 или 5. Civic. What? Thank you. As we know, the political participation of citizens is ensured by formal democratic institutes. The result of value survey showed the population of Tajikistan has a very low level of civic participation, more lower than other surveys in other years. And this can be explained not only by the fear, but also the existence of informal and traditional institutes, kinship, kindred groups, avlod, neighbor communities, mahala, and others, in partially compensate for the low level of civic participation and explain the low level of protest activity of the country's population. The result of the value survey 2020 shows that only 6% participated in peaceful demonstration and 30% expressed a willingness to participation in them. 80% of those surveyed stated that they would not participate in peaceful demonstration. 90 stated that they would not participate in political demonstration under any circumstances. What is Tajik democracy? Next, please. Next, thank you. The contradiction in the political views and orientation of the Tajik population seen in the responses to the public opinion polls make one wonder that the country's residents actually believe democracy to be. The polls of 1996, 2030, held with the support of the International Foundation Electoral System, IFES, shows that in these 70 years, ideas about democracy have not changed much, which apparently indicates their stable nature. A total 61% of the respondents mainly associate democracy with human rights, 55% with the freedom of religion, and 53% with freedom of speech. Only a small number of respondents mentioned its institutional support. No one pointed out citizens' obligations on the right of minorities. Only 38% of respondents mentioned freedom of choice, 26% freedom of associated, and 13 division of power and the system of check and balances. Opinions on voting and elections. Next, please.
Next slide.
Next slide. Over the past decades, the Tajik population's positive attitude toward elections has increased. 73% of the respondents, the holding fair election has a significant impact on their lives. Therefore, the willingness to vote in local and national elections is quite high. Despite the largely positive attitude of Tajikistan residents to elections, the level of expectation about the fairness of the real electoral process is not very high. 88% of respondents believe that during elections in Tajikistan there is an honest vote count, but 39% believe that opposition candidates are not allowed to participate in the elections, and 54.8% of respondents believe that TV presents the government party in a favorable light. Only 25% of the polled expects that the election will be fair. Parties, opinion on parties.
Slide by parties.
Slide by party, please. Dominance of informal institutions and practices contribute to a progressive weakening and marginalization of the parties. In the initial period of political transformation in Tajikistan, local elites used parties as means of political mobilization and political struggle. This made it possible to form relatively strong parties and powerful opposition movement of the United Tajik Opposition. Since 2000s, local elites began to lose independence, while the governing elite, neo-patrimonial by nature, at the central government has been gaining autonomy and freedom. The main channel of access to positions of power was not a programmatic or ideological party, but the patron-client network. Politicians, independent from the society, did not compete for voters, but for relation to the patron, as co-optation to his network ensures access to resources. As a result, there was a severe weakening in the role of party. The last electoral cycle, 2020, confirmed dominance of the president and decline of competition of elites. Conclusion. Thank you. The inverse development of the post-Soviet political systems in Central Asia has led to the establishment of patrimonial supremacy based not on traditional and or ideological motives for the actor's behavior, but on material rent-oriented stimuli. In so doing, the personal regimes in Central Asia are hybrid in nature. They unite the logic of patrimonialism and legitimacy of legal, rational bureaucratic power, which is very well noted in the works of Marine Laurel. The political regimes in Central Asia are sufficiently stable. Their stability is based on a consensus between society and the state, ensuring both the economic factors, the strength of client paternal networks, and the absence of circulating migrants, who are the most politically active part of society, and by the political convictions, values, and preferences of citizens. Using Tajikistan as an example, we can see that despite the formation of neo-patrimonialism, the democratic values and and orientation of citizens have been significantly retained. Government support of particular elements of democracy is generated not so much by concessions to foreign donors or the international community as by social pressure. On the other hand, the political views and preferences of society are fragmented, inconsistent, and full of contradictions. Poll data shows that along with the tragic population mass support of the course toward democracy, there is public consensus about recognizing the right of the leaders to patrimonial supremacy. Thus, a large part of the population supports authoritarianism, which is considered to be a guarantor of peace and stability. Population groups that do not accept the form of rule are in landed opposition to the regime. At the same time, sterilization of the opposition's forces in pushing their representatives into the religious sphere, NGOs, journalism, or the cultural sphere. The study of public opinion also shows that the political regimes in Central Asia are continuing to develop. In this regard, how Central Asia's political development will progress is acquiring particular urgency. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Saudat. This was excellent, absolutely fascinating data, insights, particularly into Tajikistan in comparison to the other countries in Central Asia, but fascinating. I'm opening the floor now for questions. You can either add your questions in the chat box, or you can just raise your hand and then speak. We do have the time for a Q&A. So I'm looking for the first volunteers for the questions to all three presentations. Meanwhile, I want to highlight something that came to my mind. Independently, all three of you were talking about material values and post-material values. And with these, when in a society, these material values, which are often also connected to an economic crisis or to less welfare, to a sense for security, and post-material values, which usually we see in more economically wealthy societies, that this impacts significantly the political attitudes and behavior, becoming less or more political involved. However, what I learned from the World Value Survey is that if we talk in times of crisis, less security, also less economic wealth, political interest is usually higher, seeking, as you said, Saudat, for an authority that protects me and that basically provides the security, which is also food security, it's day-to-day security. And in more or in more economically wealthy countries, not only economically wealth, but sort of you don't have to worry from day to day. These post-material values actually can also lead to, as a sort of a less interest in politics, because you trust politics more. You don't need to discuss them every day. I found this very, very interesting, and probably simplifying now all your findings in this 1 or 2 sentences. It's more complex, but I find it extremely interesting. I'm still waiting for questions from the audience to our speakers. You all seem to be very impressed. Christian Herfer, you have the floor. Please unmute yourself.
I have no question. I just wanted to add, our presentation today was the very first time worldwide it was presented in public, these results. Of course, it's some of the data available, but they have to be analyzed. But Xenia and Data Archive in Madrid, they analyzed it. So you are the first academic and general audience who saw this data.
Thank thank you. We have you. We are you're launching basically the data on Central Asia, and you're sharing it with us. So we feel very.
Exactly. It's the first public launch of the data, and the best place is to do it in Central Asia because this is your region. Thank you.
And we will have more of that data in the future. I have now 2 questions, and I will take first my colleague Emil Juarev from the OSCE Academy. Emil, you have the floor, and please ask your question.
Yes, thank you, all the presenters. Indeed, I find it very interesting, and since I don't do surveys myself, I just always feel envious and grateful that you produce all this data. My one question is to the part that was presented by Ksenia. I was curious about the conceptualization of the spectrum between traditional and secular rational values, or in some slides it simply said traditional versus secular. To me, didn't look like two opposite ends of a spectrum. One can be traditional and secular as well. So just in terms of world values survey, how is that conceptualized? Is traditional necessarily anti-secular? That's one. That's to the part that was presented by Ksenia. To the part that was presented by Christian, Dr. Hepfer, what does it mean? So in terms of political interest and political capital, I was curious to see the results between Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, for example, right? When a respondent answers to the question whether politics is important in my life, and in Tajikistan a respondent answers that it is very important. In Kyrgyzstan they answer that it's not so important, but we then see how much greater percentage of Kyrgyz respondents report discussing politics with friends, whereas in the other countries it doesn't. How do we read that? How do you reconcile this difference between answering the general question that politics is important and not, but then you discuss politics more? And somewhat similarly to the second one, maybe not so such a question, but rather a comment about TV viewership, which in a recent survey I saw in Kyrgyzstan also, actually in a couple of surveys, I find it always interesting that despite all of this new media and internet, a lot of people actually still report getting their news from about politics from TV. But should we be paying more attention to what exactly does it mean to say that you get your news from TV? For example, what you get from TV, the menu in, for example, Uzbekistan, one of the highest TV viewers, is very different from what you get in Kyrgyzstan, which is also very high. The diversity of information that you get from TV is, well, very different, let's say, right? So, so that question then simply is telling us about the means of political information transfer rather than what kind of information one can get.
Please, we'll answer these questions first before we move on. Professor Hepfer or Ksenia, who wants to go first?
I can start.
Oh, please.
Ksenia, go ahead, you are first.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your question. Indeed, traditional and secular values are not completely exactly contradicting each other. Theoretically, it is possible for a society to be secular and yet very traditional, to follow strictly the traditional norms and values. At the conceptual level, these two categories are combined in the world value survey in a way that sacred or religious values, strong religiosity probably reinforces further this traditionalism. And secondly, what we observe is that the effect on the development of societies, both sacred values as opposed to secular values and traditional values, have a similar effect. This is why these values are combined into sort of one part of the scale.
Christian Hepfer, you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your question, Emil. Nice to see you again. Okay, so regarding this political capital and political involvement, I think these are two dimensions. One is the impact from the state to society, and the other one is the political efficacy, the impact of the citizen and discussion about politics. So we asked this question about importance of politics, comparative, importance of religion, importance of work, importance of politics. This means how exposed is your family, are you privately to politics, to government, how much impact they can have theoretically. So this seems to me that we have this top-bottom direction that do you feel that politics might have an impact on the family? And on the other side, this is about involvement. On the other side, about discussion, which is not about state versus society. This is about political mobilization, political behavior. So I would interpret this in this direction. And your thing about media, we did not, of course, in all these surveys, you have to look at the structure. So if there is a country with where the television system is completely controlled by the state, people might watch it, but they have no choice. In other countries, they have many channels, they have a choice, and so. But we did not ask about diversity, pluralism of media. We asked just to use: are you using media? Because then we have to compare it with statistical data about and political science data about how diverse are the media. Can you choose? Is there critical media in Russia and so on? So what is the pluralism? So this study has to be complemented by aggregate analysis of media structure, media system, and also, for example, this VDEM democracy index, because if you ask people about democracy perception and how democratic is Tajikistan, we have to compare it what VDEM people are saying about this country. So we have to make two databases. One is our survey data, which is wonderful, of course, but then we have to make a reality check, a fact check, how democratic is the system really. And I had no time to talk about this slide. There was a slide about this, how democratic is your country and how the VDEM people think democratic is your country. And there's a big difference. People are much more optimistic about the quality of their own democracy compared to what the political science experts are saying about the same country. So I think we cannot do just server research. We need also aggregate system research of media, of institutions in order to put it into perspective. Because also what Xenia said, we have this high level of happiness, which is not justified by GDP and anything else. So there's something which has to be controlled. We cannot just trust our survey data. The more, even if we like them very much, then we have to control it with other approaches, other methodologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have two more questions. One from Rajab. He's based in Afghanistan. His connection is not so well, so I will read the question to you, and it goes actually to all three of you. And then I have a pending question by Elira. So first I start with Rajab from Afghanistan. He is asking all the presenters, we have the data show that talking to friends about politics is high in Kyrgyzstan compared to Uzbekistan, and also in Tajikistan. Is the reason why people don't like to talk to friends about politics in Tajikistan, is this because of the authoritarian regime, the autocratic regime? Has the political regime something to do with why people like or do not like to speak about politics in their countries? Or particularly in Tajikistan, maybe we ask about the fact in Tajikistan. Saudat. And Saudat, if you want to respond in Russian, that's fine, we can translate it. But the question was, Saudat, are people afraid to talk about politics in private because of the political regime?
Ну тут выключить. Где звук? Спасибо. Я так не очень разбираюсь. Я попрошу девочек перевести. С моей точки зрения, в Таджикистане, во-первых, страх, и люди говорят только в узких кругах своего связанных с ними людей, поэтому широко не распространено обсуждение со всеми людьми. Это узко, это на самом деле страх.
From my point of view, in Tajikistan, people usually do not talk about politics, but they talk, generally they have fear of government, but they talk in inner circles, so they discuss it with the closest ones.
Thank you. That was the translation of Saudat's answer. But why, Saudat, maybe I can follow up on your answer and ask you, if they talk in circles among their friends, actually it should show up in the survey to say, I only trust my friends, but I would not speak in the public, but my friends. But actually that is not what the survey showed. People are even afraid of discussing with friends. So whom are they talking to in Tajikistan? When you talk about politics, you just talk about in the family, and that's it?
Каждый человек в Таджикистане вписан в большое количество сетей, сообществ и структур на самом деле. Они имеют очень разный характер. Это родовые, махаля, и уровень доверия в каждой структуре разный. И политические вопросы – это очень чувствительная тема, которая обсуждается в самом ближнем круге.
In Tajikistan, people belong to different social structures, for example, as a tribe, clans, different social structures, and therefore they are afraid that political situation, political topics are very sensitive, therefore they discuss it with the closest ones in the families.
Okay, thank you. Christian Herfer, Xenia, do you also want to respond? Because of this, the question was about the cleavage between being interested in politics and discussing it with friends, and whether this is linked to the political system.
Well, I will make a short remark, and then maybe Christian will give a more detailed explanation from your perspective. I actually also noticed this slight discrepancy. I was thinking that probably discussing politics with friends is the actual indication of a higher political capital of citizens in Kyrgyzstan, and at the same time, greater feeling of liberty to do so. It might be that citizens in Tajikistan are not only scared to discuss politics with their friends, so apparently friends are already not the very inner circle. The inner circle is family, friends is already the next level in their social environment, but perhaps they were also hesitating about confessing this in the survey, in the interviewers. So it might be that this type of behavior, discussing politics with friends, is slightly underreported, and this is a trend which we observe in some other non-democratic societies, that people tend to underreport. At the same time, what people in Kyrgyzstan say about their low interest in politics, we have a similar trend in Ukraine, so a country which is going through the political transformation. So the past 20 years, more or less non-stop, we also have had 2 revolutions. And when people say that they're not interested in politics anymore, this is because of the overall tiredness. Their everyday life is so much filled with all the political news, information about the political events, that when we ask them in the survey, they say, no, I'm no longer interested in politics, I'm very tired from it, but this doesn't actually mean that they're not involved. So we might want to look in future for some combined measure and look a little bit deeper into this.
Very interesting. Depends very much on how you ask the question. Christian Herfer, last word on this?
Yes, I don't know the last word, but some word. I think
connection.
we have two questions. One is, do you discuss politics frequently with friends? So this is indicating some political mobilization, so it's a bit risky. Whereas the other question is when we ask about sources of information, television, newspaper, radio, we ask about, do you talk with friends and colleagues about the general situation? There the figures are higher. So when the question is about discussing, getting sort of enragé, on the other hand is talking with friends and colleagues. For example, it's clear we have the highest level of this political capital in Kyrgyzstan. So in Kyrgyzstan, 22% are saying, I'm discussing more or less hot with my friends politics. But in this other question, we have 50%. 50% of Kyrgyz saying, I talk with friends and colleagues about politics and the government and so on. So this is a very high level of mobilization, which has to do maybe with the political debate. But also in Tajikistan and Uzbekistan, we have low levels, 10%. The question is, are the people hiding that they talk to others because they're afraid, or they don't talk to friends because they don't want friends to report them to the KGB or whatever security service? But in Tajikistan, 26% are saying, I talk with friends and colleagues about current affairs. So this is less dangerous. It's not discussing the president. It's about just talking about Putin and so on. So I think 26% in Tajikistan, so which is a lot. So it's not so that they're all hiding because they're afraid. Uzbekistan, 48% talk with friends and colleagues about current affairs. So it depends also what you ask. Are you asking, discussing current affairs in general with friends and colleagues in the workplace, on the water boiler station? What do you think about the last joke of Trump? So if you look at both figures, also in Kazakhstan, we have 8% saying, I discuss with friends, but 36% are saying, we talk with friends and colleagues about current affairs. So it would be interesting now to compare these two questions. Who are doing this? Which social groups are doing it? Is this young people university? Is it old pensioners and pensioners club and so on? So this, your questions are wonderful because they're really pointing a figure. What is the reason of this low level of political involvement in terms of discussion? And if you compare both questions, some research team, then we can find out who are they and are they the same, or is this, because the question about talking about current affairs is more innocent, it's not dangerous. The question about discussing politics frequently is a bit like conspiracy or something. So I think we have this data now. The data gives us puzzles. The data gives us questions. Now our task will be, everybody's interested in doing this together with us, is to find out what is the fire behind the smoke in this political capital. Thank you.
Taking the next step. Thank you very much. I have one more question. We take that one before we go into a short, very short break and then to the next session. Elira, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very interesting research. I have some clarifying questions as well as some recommendations for future research. So in social trust, how much do you trust people from various groups? When we look at Kyrgyzstan, it says your family, your neighborhood. So people you know personally. The results for your neighborhood are higher than the people you know personally. I have some doubt here because people tend to trust more people they know personally rather than neighbors. But it depends on whether it's a rural area or urban area. In rural areas, people trust their neighborhoods more. The second variable about the sources of information. When you ask a mobile phone, here in Kyrgyzstan, most people access internet through mobile internet, 4G. 3G, 4G, now 5G is coming. So when you ask question internet and mobile phone, mostly people think they are the same, like because they access internet through mobile phones, mobile internet, or Wi-Fi or stationary. So you should clarify here when asking mobile phone, just for communication, phone calls, messaging, or also for accessing WhatsApp, Telegram, and social media. And also about participation, in unconventional participation, people in Kyrgyzstan, according to research results, it seems that they attend demonstration like in Tajikistan, they attend demonstration like it's almost as equal to Kyrgyzstan, but as you know, in Kyrgyzstan, people are more politically active and taking part in protests and demonstrations rather than in Tajikistan. But here the results don't differ much. And according to the, as for the discussing politics with friends, I would suggest to add one more variable, discussing politics with relatives. With relatives and with family members, because in Kyrgyzstan people discuss politics a lot with relatives when they are gathering every week or every month, all people from village, and they go to eat plov, to chaykhana, and they discuss politics, or they have sherine or chornaya kassa, where they gather every week with different groups. So they discuss it with relatives a lot, like with clans and with tribes. So these are my suggestions, and also I wonder, are there an analysis of variables like independent and dependent variables, whether age, gender, and education, so all these demographic independent variables have an impact, influence, or any correlation with dependent variables? Are there any analysis?
Thank you. There was a whole the whole set from very inspiring also questions. Thank you again for contributing. And actually what you're saying is it's not so much to look at the non-surprising differences, but also where there are so many similarities between the countries where we may not expect them. And that I find very intriguing. As for the variables and research, I just asked if any of you, the three speakers, wants to respond very quickly, because I'm sure you can read this also on the database. But Ksenia or Christian Happer, just very briefly, the answer.
Yes, thank you very much, Elira, for your questions. That's really helpful. Your ideas also, we will consider those in the next round of the Build Value survey. Because in our presentation, we offered overview over a whole row of dependent variables. We had no possibility to include an elaborated regression model for each of them, but we did some preliminary analysis and we tried to include it on some slides in our remarks. For example, for political participation and political interest, I think it was mentioned that there are positive correlations with male gender, with age. So middle age group and seniors tend to be more politically engaged still also, but the highest prediction, highest explanatory power has education, and in Kyrgyzstan it's also a special case, it doesn't work for other countries, is social class. So this is something interesting that might be interested to explore in the context of Kyrgyzstan. But yes, these are the basic demographic variables which we include into our analysis. But of course, the data was released just in August this year, and we very much look forward to do a more elaborated, detailed analysis to explore which are the beyond these demographic basic variables, which are the independent variables, explain this political interest and participation in Central Asia.
Thank you. I would like to close the session because we are about 1 hour late, but never, yeah. But I hope Christian Herfer, Ksenia, and Saudat, you will stay with us and also maybe can add in the next round, because the next round in this session, it will be about human rights values, which actually came up on all your surveys. And I was also very intrigued by the survey that Saudat shared with us, where human rights were so prominently valued number one in Tajikistan. There was 60% thought that human rights were important. So we now go in with the second session, focusing on what we would say human rights values or international human rights law, and how that has actually sort of impacted, influenced maybe societal thinking, attitudes, behavior. And I'm very, very happy to have two really, I would say two of the most renowned experts and lawyers, international lawyers in the field of human rights for the post-Soviet space and realm, in particular in Central Asia. Welcoming Professor Sergei Serapin from Kimev in Almaty in Kazakhstan. We have been working together, and the same is for Professor Lauri Markso from the International Law Department at the University of Tartu in Estonia, whom I also happen to know for many years and collaborated with him in previous projects. I'm very happy to see both of you here. I know you're profound sort of experts and in this field of international human rights law. So without further ado, you have the floor. The question is, how does international human rights law regime, do they actually impact and change the world in Central Asia?
Thank you, Anya. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. And I should say at the very beginning, right from the start, that the question which Anya has now asked is impossible to answer in 10 minutes. It's simply an impossible task to accomplish. So by way of introduction, I will just say maybe the obvious, that over the past few years, Central Asia has visibly changed for a few reasons. And we have discussed some of those reasons in our conference. They include the availability of online resources, the exposure of young people to a variety of ideologies, the influences of Russia, China, and the West, and other factors, including international human rights law. So, because I consider the task impossible, I will be selective in my presentation and will focus on a few human rights issues pertaining to one Central Asian countries, which I know the best and of which I'm a citizen, Uzbekistan. However, if there are questions, I will take them at the end, as I do have some knowledge of other Central Asian countries, including Kazakhstan, where I have been living and working since 2014, and the other Central Asian countries which I visited on many occasions. Yet, I believe that the case study of Uzbekistan is very useful to consider because the transition that this country has been through is quite remarkable, and it's worth pointing out several issues relative to international human rights law there. I will start by saying that I agree with one idea expressed yesterday on the first day of the conference. It appears that in Central Asia, the human rights movement created a supply of human rights ideas, however, did so in the absence of demand on the part of social majorities and the Central Asian states. As a result, human rights are even now often perceived as something Western, alien to local cultures, or foreign. And this is my first key point that I think is essential for understanding the human rights climate, well, in most of the region, but in particular in the past of Uzbekistan. To illustrate this point, I should tell you a story that in 1999, so 21 years ago, when I took my first human rights course at the university in Tashkent, our lecturer, who is a very well-known professor in Uzbekistan, made the point that among the authors of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there was only one Asian author of Japanese origin. So he told us then. At the time, because in '99 there was no proper internet yet in Uzbekistan, we could not check the veracity of that information. But later it turned out that he was somewhat wrong. In the drafting committee, there were at least 2 Asian authors, one from China and one from Lebanon. And but nonetheless, the idea of human rights being alien to Asia, to Central Asia, and its values has been exploited in Central Asia ever since. The second important point that this very lecturer made in 1999 was significant. He said in one lecture that we, students of law and future lawyers, should be prepared and trained to defend the interests of the state. And as such, this idea contradicted the very concept of human rights. The concept of human rights presupposes that human rights violations are committed by states through acts committed by state representatives. And so protections should be sought against the actions of states. However, the approach advocated by my lecturer was paternalist, that they should care more about the interests of the state than about the interests of individuals or societies. And as a practical result of my first and second observations, the situation of compliance with human rights and the situation of human rights defenders, especially in Uzbekistan, was quite problematic until recently. On the one hand, human rights defenders were regarded as foreign agents benefiting from foreign grants. On the other hand, human rights action as such sometimes was perceived almost as an anti-state activity, which it certainly was not. Luckily, the situation started changing in the past few years, and it started changing to the extent that last year, in 2019, The Economist, the famous magazine, named Uzbekistan Country of the Year. Important reforms were announced in various spheres of life, including the liberalization of the economy, the rule of law, international and regional relations, and of course, human rights. And I'd like to give you a few examples here. In the past years, Uzbekistan closed down the notorious Jaslik prison, which was unfortunately known for ill-treating detainees. Quite many individuals who, in Uzbekistan, who would elsewhere be called prisoners of conscience, were released. But Uzbekistan, however, did not employ this term. Officially, in Uzbekistan, there were no prisoners of conscience because many, if not most, of these people were imprisoned for common crimes, not for political crimes. Next, the state announced some measures to reinforce the independence of judges. This is very important, and already now the number of acquittals in criminal cases in Uzbekistan has risen. Until recently, there were virtually no acquittals in criminal cases. Now there are. Very importantly, a few criminal trials against law enforcement officials on charges of torture took place. So Uzbekistan is taking measures against torture already. Very importantly, a few high-ranking individuals were found guilty of corruption and got lengthy prison sentences. And apparently, the freedom of the press has visibly increased. And for the first time this year, Uzbekistan overtook Kazakhstan in an international ranking of the freedom of the press. Likewise, the public discourse about sensitive issues, even about such sensitive issues as the 2005 Andijan events, has changed. And last but not least, Uzbekistan undertook a comprehensive reform of criminal law and criminal procedure. The new editions of criminal and criminal procedure codes should be ready sometime next year, and the quality of revision remains to be seen, but the scale and ambition of the announced reform are unprecedented. I was privileged to contribute to the revised edition of the Criminal Code of Uzbekistan, and I hope that some of my ideas will be taken into account. Some time ago, the president of Uzbekistan announced that the reforms ongoing in the country were now irreversible, and this is the word that he used, and hopefully this will be so. Just a few days ago, Uzbekistan was elected as a member of the United Nations Human Rights Council, with an overwhelming majority of votes. Well, I suppose this election is partly due to Uzbekistan's success already achieved, and partly should stimulate further success, which I'm hoping for. I guess this further success should depend to a significant extent on the implementation of strategy, which was approved by a decree of the president earlier this year on the 22nd of June. Among other things, the strategy makes the following points, and this will almost be the conclusion of my presentation. The strategy provides that measures should be taken to provide citizens with free legal advice. This is very important, as many people are not able to pay for professional legal aid, so there must be free legal advice available. The prison population in the country has already been reduced by about 2.5 times, but the country has plans to reduce it further. Very importantly, about 50,000 individuals who were living in Uzbekistan for years without citizenship have been granted citizenship. Next, it has been proposed to strengthen parliamentary as well. So both approaches should be quite effective. And finally, measures should be taken to increase the qualification of judges and law enforcement officials in order to promote compliance with the international commitments of Uzbekistan under human rights law, as well as with relevant domestic human rights instruments. So to conclude with, it's very important that Uzbekistan acknowledged the existence of various problems in the area of human rights and started working on them. Recognizing the existence of a problem is a major step on the way towards resolving it. Uzbekistan had a very problematic human rights record in the past. Now it appears that the state not only is prepared for dialogue with international institutions and civil society, but the state itself is initiating this dialogue. And this is a truly remarkable case study, in my humble opinion, that the state itself initiated this dialogue, and I hope that it will be firm and consistent on the way to pursue it. I truly hope that this process will be irreversible, as the president of Uzbekistan put it recently. Here I will stop. I will thank you for your attention, and if there are any questions, I will be happy to take them afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sergey, also in this insight and the very recent developments in Uzbekistan. I think it was this week or last week, Uzbekistan was elected in the Human Rights Council, very fresh, very new. And we will have also questions about this later after the next presentation. Thank you very much, Sergey. I'm passing on immediately to Lauri Almakso from the Law Department at the University of Tartu in Estonia. Lauri, you have the floor, the word, and there you are.
Yes.
Thank you, Lauri.
So hello also from my side. You would ask in the beginnings what gives legitimacy or authority to a guy from Estonia to express opinions on Central Asian matters, and that's a justified question. So my first encounter with Central Asia must have been in around 1985, when my neighbor in Soviet Estonia visited Uzbekistan and brought a souvenir Tibeteka that he gave me as a present. So there is this Soviet connection. I have later on, as a lawyer, done some human rights teaching projects in Bishkek and in Dushanbe, and visited those two countries, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, repeatedly. But unfortunately, I haven't yet been to Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, not to speak of Turkmenistan, which anyway many people haven't visited, I guess. But all the more, I try to follow all kinds of documentaries and read books Erika Fatland and so on about the region, because I think this, and my research topic as a researcher has been, let's say, post-Soviet understandings of international law, of course, especially Russia. So one thing that interests me about the region is Russia's, let's say, positioning, and how the views that are, let's say, mainstream in Russia, how they are also translated to or interacting with views among, let's say, Central Asian elites, including views about international law and human rights. Also, the world is very small, actually, in terms of how the globalization and interaction has gone. So it turns out Sergei Sayapin and myself, we have both done PhD at the same university, at Humboldt University in Berlin. So we are, in this sense, also fellows. I think so I will talk about, based on, let's say, my research that is more historical, to some extent also trying to penetrate the ideological struggle that has always accompanied the topic of human rights. And my starting point would be to say a little bit deconstructively that it's not enough to recognize that human rights are valued highly, and maybe more highly than in the past in that or other region, but we have to always look at more closely what is actually meant by human rights and what do people understand by that. And I think sort of postmodern view on that is that human rights do not necessarily always mean one and the same regional approach in everything. So there has always been this ideological struggle about human rights. And you know, if we want to include some realist viewpoints, then you know, Central Asia in the 19th century was subject to the so-called Great Game, as subject to various geopolitical pressures. And I think political writers say the same about nowadays. There is China, and there is Russia, and there is the United States, and there is the EU. But it is important to realize at the outset that these actors tend to have different accents when talking about human rights. I mean, let's just think about the basic fact that China has not ratified the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, which is, you know, I think a very important fact to know about the universality of international law and obstacles to it. So during the Cold War period, there was a competition between the free world and then what was developed in Moscow, something, and in other Eastern Bloc countries, something called the socialist concept of human rights. And while at some point it seemed that there were no longer any ideological competitors to the Western, let's say, individual focused concept of human rights, I think nowadays this concept emphasizing traditional values and values emphasizing state sovereignty, non-intervention, these kind of principles, it has not you know, retreated. And in order to understand the Central Asian situation in all of this, I think it is also necessary to recognize the Soviet influence still. In the final years, the Soviet Union tried to adopt policies and legislation that were meant to be more human rights friendly. So, for instance, in 1991, just a few months before the collapse of the country, the Soviet Union accepted the optional protocol to the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights that allows to present individual petitions to Human Rights Committee on the violations of the Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. But I think in many ways it is not entirely wrong to say that the Central Asian state builders, the main model they knew was their Soviet experience. It was the the kind of state, the big state they knew they had experienced, and therefore when creating these new, now sovereign and independent nation states, they still borrowed a lot from this Soviet state idea. The state needs to be mighty, it needs to have, you know, it is in a way the highest value even to have that state, to have that sovereignty. And one can see traces of that thinking in terms of state representation and symbols in at least some of those places that I have visited in Central Asia. And so the other thing is that in at least some Central Asian former Soviet republics, they are tied with Russia through various regional integration organizations and mechanisms, but in the last years there has been this tendency that Russia on the level of government has kind of adopted policies that is in a way critical of the Western or even European human rights concept. I think you all followed it, that on 1st July the constitutional amendments were adopted in Russia. They sort of legalized the policy that existed already for some years, that the constitution itself has priority over treaty bodies' judgments, especially the European Court of Human Rights, in case, for example, the Constitutional Court establishes that some judgments to implement it would not be in accordance with the Russian constitution. The new territorial amendments, they emphasize territorial integrity. They mention the gods, that marriage is between men and women and women and so on. So it's while the chapter on fundamental rights in the Russian constitution was untouched, those new amendments will kind of give new accents to the overall edifice and state policy of Russia. So in terms of values, I wanted to share with you some documents. So the global
Laura, you have 1 minute left.
Okay, so I'll just add those. I'll just add those links here. So basically, it's a debate on traditional values and the role of traditional values in the Human Rights Council, and you can see there that, for instance, the European Union and Uzbekistan in their responses have quite different you know, outlook at this. Of course, this is from some years ago, so some things in Uzbekistan, as Sergei rightly pointed out, have changed. But I think this is one place where the values, the role of traditional values has been studied, you know, globally. So finally, my last words are that you know, I think the biggest problem in Central Asia is that human rights can be an obstacle to previous, let's say, more authoritarian governance patterns. And I think it's important to realize that human rights are not there in order to impress the others. We don't need human rights in order to look good in front of other, you know, states or experts. And I think their main aim is to improve one's life as society and as individual members of society. So the central question in terms of human rights and values remains: what kind of state and society does one want to have? And I think that international organizations, international courts can help here, but it's important that the elites in each country would realize that we don't do it for the others. We don't do it to get patted on the shoulder by these and those experts, but we need to do things that our society needs. So this is my final thought. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lauri. Something that came to my mind listening to both of you is that you put basically the state back into the game. And as you said, Sergey, in Central Asia, human rights are often perceived as something foreign, something Western, something alien, something very far away, or maybe happens in democracy, but not here, etc., etc. However, what you both highlight from very different perspective is that what is in the center of all these talks is that the state is on the one side the main provider, the protector of human rights, and yet it's also the violator still of human rights, and that people see very little themselves as being the main protagonist, because that is where human rights actually are targeting. They want to change our attitude and our behavior, and we have to take care of it. But you both emphasize that even after 30 years of transition and transformation in Central Asia, the state is still the one either to blame or to expect that the state will fulfill these human rights, which of course from a legal point of view is certain simply because it's a sovereign body. But even the perception of the people are, and we've heard this in the previous session too, actually, that often it is like my rights, but not the rights of others. So it's kind of the state has to protect my rights, and maybe I'm responsible or accountable towards the state, but not to others. So the respect for others and what I can do about that seems to be still a very strange concept for people. It seems, yeah. But I have a few more questions, but I want to give, of course, the floor and the time, even so we are late. I know I'm trying to catch up, but I also find this sequence very important when we talk about values and value transformation. Any questions from the audience? We even have a slightly growing audience, but solid audience. We have Elira. Elira, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Sergey about civil society in Uzbekistan. When we did a survey about civil society and media, some of the experts and civil society organizations, they have said that a government created many thousands of civil society organizations, NGOs, government NGOs. So what is the state of civil society now in Uzbekistan? Is it transforming? Is it changing with Mirziyoyev, with new president? Are they going more grassroots? And how are people mobilizing? How are people coming together to solve their local problems? Are there any changes in Uzbekistan?
Please unmute yourself, Sergey.
Let me answer somewhat indirectly, because I have not been living in Uzbekistan for 6 years already. So what I now know about Uzbekistan comes from the mass media, from my contacts with friends in Uzbekistan, and from my participation in some projects in that country, for example, the revision of the criminal code, which I mentioned. And obviously, all these sources are suggesting that Uzbekistan is becoming different. You're right that in the past, Uzbekistan was famous for creating the well, let me call them the government-supported or the state-supported NGOs, which may in itself seem paradoxical, but it was a reality in Uzbekistan's civil society. In the country, there were many NGOs receiving funding from the government. That was a fact. Now there is better dialogue between the government and civil society actors and international actors. For instance, last year when I attended one of the sessions relative to the revision of the criminal code, together with me, in that session there were people from various international institutions such as UNODC, from international non-governmental organizations working on the rule of law, which in the past, this would have been impossible in Uzbekistan, simply impossible. Now there is dialogue between decision makers in the country and international experts, and Uzbekistani experts like myself, but who are based in a foreign country. The mass media are changing. Now you can, like, if you read the Uzbek mass media, you will see that they raise very sensitive issues such as the condition of labor migrants, the relations of Uzbekistan between the relations between Uzbekistan and other countries, the problems such as corruption. Again, in the past, many of these things would have been unthinkable, and I just wonder about two things, and I'll stop there. First, I really hope these reforms will be irreversible, and second, I wonder how far the reforms will go. I wonder where the limits to the reforms will be. Already now, the results of the reforms are very obvious. Already now, the lives of simple people have become better. But I just ask myself how far the state wants to take those reforms. And one last thing, which is also critical. The first president of Uzbekistan, at the beginning of his rule, announced a set of 5 principles that he was going to build his policy on. And among those 5 principles was the following: the state is the main reformer. So paradoxically, even now, the state under President Mirziyoyev seems to be following that principle put forward by the first president, that this is the main reformer of in all areas of politics, economy, social affairs in the country. Simply, the reforms are now different, and I hope they will continue for the better.
Thank you very much. Again, talking about the paradox of this top-down approach that we see, but nevertheless, we've heard a lot of sort of background information here on why that may be. I have one more question, and then I would like to close this session and move on to the next one, simply because due to the time. Merim, she's a student, still a student, master student at OSCE Academy. Merim, you have a question.
Yes.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity, and thank you very much for your presentation. I would like to give question. I wanted to kind of like connect it with what is happening in Kyrgyzstan now. The human rights, for example, is mostly associated with like West. So now the Kyrgyzstan is like Kyrgyzstan society is very fragmented. And now we see that those people who are for human rights, like civil society and like very active civil society members are called Western, and they're very criticized by if I may call nationalists, let's say, or they call themselves patriots, right? And I would just want to hear your opinion about how this, maybe clash between this like progressive maybe people who are for human rights and people who are more like maybe conservative and nationalistic. Yeah.
Thank you, Merim. Maybe this goes also to Sergey, or the question?
Well, as I was listening to the question, I was asking myself, I was telling myself that it's relative whom you call progressive or whom you call traditional. Because in the very idea of human rights, and I think Professor Melkso mentioned something similar in his presentation, that the concept of human rights does allow for relativity, does allow cultural relativism. So it's fairly possible that human rights do not mean the same in each and every country. It's a reality that some human rights mean different things in different legal systems. And moreover, I think it's normal within the limits of human rights theory that suggests that the rights are there for the people. They're not for the image of the state. They're not for anything else. They're there to improve the welfare of the people. So within that framework, it's okay if some human rights are interpreted somewhat differently in different legal systems. So on this basis, just a quick answer to your question. Without saying who is right, who is wrong in the current political situation in Kyrgyzstan, without taking any of the sides, I just think it is good that the people of Kyrgyzstan are taking a big care about their political present and future. It's good that they care about such pressing issues such as corruption, such as the fairness of elections, and I hope that this political crisis will soon come to an end with some favorable results.
Thank you, Sergey. I would like to hear Laurie about this, whether you have some thoughts about it. I was quite intrigued by what you said about they mean different things in different countries. They are perceived very well, and I link to what Elira said. Of course, we need research on the perceptions of human rights in different countries and regions of the world. I'm not so sure about whether they mean something in legal terms. For instance, talking about free and fair elections, which is sort of, so also a right or principles that we seek to, whether fairness and free and fair elections mean actually something different in Kyrgyzstan than they would in Sweden. I'm not so sure about that. We all want transparent, fair elections. So I would like to challenge that, but the perceptions, yes, I would go with that. But Laurie, I don't know, maybe I'm mistaken here.
No, I think it's a necessary specification. Maybe I should say more specifically that the realities of human rights are along with perceptions. They tend to be different. But for me, at least, as a researcher, these, let's say, ideological pushes in the Human Rights Council, that they also demonstrate that globally, it is still contested what human rights mean. For instance, let me maybe it's easy to agree that free election should mean free elections, but now we have even in very old Western democracies like the United States, we have always this problem. What does it actually mean in the time of distant voting and at the time of other countries trying to interfere in elections and so on? To Miriam's question, if it's any consolation, then this doesn't only seem to be these human rights as a sort of Western associated value versus some sort of more traditionalist patriotism. It doesn't only seem to be a Central Asian problem. I mean, Estonia is perhaps the most Western-oriented of the lands that formerly belonged to the Soviet Union, but we currently have that problem. In our society, there is intense political fighting about whether, for example, this recognizing the importance of human rights in the next years will translate into the acceptance of, let's call it colloquially, gay marriage, or it does not mean that. So our traditionalists are trying to make a referendum, and this actually has been agreed in a coalition treaty, that such a referendum will be made basically to define marriage as between man and woman, and of course what the Germans would say, Totschlag argument that comes from the liberal camp in Estonia is to say that look where we will belong. Look what countries have said that marriage is only on a constitutional level, for example. So that would mean in a way returning to the East. But there is also within Europe, in between Western Europe and Eastern Europe, there are apparently differences even in public opinion to some extent about how to relate to this issue. So Anya, my point is that if we take this as one of the, let's say, contested issues in our time, then I would say that it is currently very intensely debated. Maybe not anymore like in Germany it has been solved. In many West European, at least on the legal legislative level. But if I remember correctly, even Angela Merkel, whose party supported it, actually personally voted against it. So these are very interesting little facts.
Thank you very much. So you see, this is actually a universal debate. I think that's when we have these kind of norms and principles, sometimes sound very abstract. And we can easily agree to the human rights, let's say, principles and the norms, like fair and free and just and peaceful and all these things. But then when it comes up to implementing them in each national or local context, things become more difficult. And I think nevertheless, you have shed some light on some of these issues. I'm very grateful for that, for your interventions, both of you, Sergey and Lauri. And we actually take that point because you highlighted that the challenges of actually, in that case, human rights implementation, not only enforcement, but also living human rights from day to day, and how that actually changes also behaviors and attitudes on the ground. And that it gives me the opportunity to directly lead on to the next session, where we talk about at least 3 different countries. And I'm very, very happy that we have actually representative speakers from 3 Central Asian countries. I can tell you it wasn't that easy to get them. And from Kazakhstan and from Kyrgyzstan and from Tajikistan. We have heard quite a lot already about Uzbekistan, so I'm glad we cover the whole range of Central Asian countries here. Okay, so we're all set. We go in the order of the program, and we start with Rakim Shapayev. I'm practicing. Director and founder of the Talab Research Center. You're based in Nur-Sultan in Kazakhstan. You will share your thoughts. These are very sort of contentious times right now, political times. So any thoughts you also have about the current developments and past election developments in Kyrgyzstan and also Tajikistan are more than welcome. We're looking forward to your thoughts. And then.
So regarding values in Central Asia, first of all, I think we should pay attention that yes, we're the region of Central Asia, but we are different. And we were different during the Soviet times, and now I think that the difference still exists, and maybe it's a little bit bigger or too big, becomes bigger and bigger between us, because we see the quite different national experience. We have different experience of how we build the states. Talking about the values of Kazakhstanis people, also we should make one very important comment that Kazakhstan is a big country, and the values between populations. So I suppose between population in different regions, population in different generations, is quite also different. But based on the last survey made out by our colleagues in Almaty, so they used the methodology of the Engelhardt. They made a survey and determined that placed Kazakhstan on a values map, famous values map, and Kazakhstan on this values map is unlike any developed country. The population, according to their survey, they had about 1.6 respondents in this survey. So the population is moderately traditional with strong values of survival values and traditional compared to religious with a high level of the national pride. Societies at the stage of the survival prefer security to freedom, intolerant and distrustful of the strangers, refrain from political activities, full trust only usually in the family, and sufficient trust in neighbors and acquaintances, but not very high to strangers. With the right approach, this doesn't hinder development, which is confirmed by examples from the developed countries. Of course, we understand that the low level of trust in society increases transaction costs, and any interaction with the strangers, how they cooperate with strangers requires additional resources, and they need the arbiter to reduce risks. This creates an excessive burden on the state in terms of the gaps which society could eliminate on its own. It also creates demand for a so-called strong hand in the face of the state. So we see paternalism expectations. There are very popular narratives about the equalization of incomes, preference for state poverty over private. Talking also about family, most of the Kazakhstanis, according to this survey, so they define the family as the most important, is for 94% of the population. And with the public opinion, one of the most strongest informal institution in Kazakhstan, and it also public opinion, so it creates some kind of conspicuous consumptions, encourage nepotism and reject inter-ethnic marriages. In other informal institution, quite also important in Kazakhstan or in all post-Soviet countries, is we called it понятие. I don't know how to translate into English. Понятие, that means it's informal rules and informal norms of the behavior in the more masculine society, and it's also influence on the level of the aggression, and it's also creates lots of externalities. We also saw in Kazakhstan society opportunistic behavior. So, and it's a quite big level of the tolerance to the opportunistic behavior. So it's okay. So it's if not completely appropriate, but it's okay, kind of not to pay taxes or to not to pay, not to obey to the laws, so to the rules, and especially we see it during the quarantine when the government and the local authorities, they struggled how to encourage population to obey to the rules. But also we see quite strong values. We also, it's our colleagues determined, it's open mind. The society is open mind to the technologies. Those Kazakhstanis easily adopt new technologies, and if in the developed countries the new technologies could be considered as a kind of the threat, but in Kazakhstan it's more like the opportunity to improve lifestyle. Another good feature we see is education, and one of the strongest incentives for, especially for parents, is to give education to to their children, but sometimes they're more focused on not in the quality, but on the formal kind of having diplomas. But of course, again, I think talking about values, we should pay attention that the changes in the values and the difference in the values between different generations and regions is could be very, very big, very, and we need repeatable surveys and observe it and analyze it and talk about this. And the conflict between generations, I think, also creates political narrative. And in Kazakhstan, I think within next 5 years, so we will see, as in many developed countries, in our neighbors, so it will create the conflict, it will create some political narratives. So let me stop on this, and I'm ready to answer the question and can participate in the discussions.
Thank you very much, Rakim, for this overview. I will keep the question already in my back mind about these narratives and what has actually changed over the last 30 years, because it seems like Kazakhstan more or less has not changed much in terms of values. That's the first impression, but I hope I'm mistaken and we can discuss that. I want to move on to the next speaker, emancipatory. He's a colleague of mine, a senior lecturer at the OSCE Academy in Bishkek and also at the American University for Central Asia in Bishkek. And I would call you also a political analyst because you've always provided very interesting insights in the political developments. We hear about Kyrgyzstan.
Okay. So I'm going to share screen. Do I have the right to do so?
Yeah.
Okay, I do. All right. So I've made up a few slides, but without any empirical data in it, but simply just to help me stay focused and hopefully go quicker. So has there been a values transformation in Kyrgyzstan, specifically, just to put the question in the title of our panel? So the previous presentations, both from the World Values Survey, Professor Olimova's report, and there, of course, are many, a bunch of other surveys have been being done in the past few years, not counting the more specific one-time projects that also do surveys that have a relevance to values. These are all the things that that I think are very helpful, but my presentation is more in terms of maybe raising questions and raising flags, as it were, in thinking about the values. So first of all, when we talk about transformation, obviously we mean change over time from what was before and what became after. So in thinking about, in that sense, what was the before of the after? I think the values or the value systems in Central Asia at the time of gaining independence is something that we do not have full socially, population widely representative data. So there is paucity of research, and of course there's some risk of speculation, especially when we do this broad brush characterization of what it was like to be a Soviet society. According to some mostly Western-based scholars, there were two ways to characterize the Central Asian societies in the late Soviet period. One, and opposed views, that is. One considered the Soviet Union greatly transformed Central Asian societies, made them modern, industrialized, educated, etc., etc. The other side stressing more the failed part of the transformation, that Central Asian societies remained traditional, parochial, tribal, etc. So, of course, the truth is, as we know, is always somewhere in between extremes. But having said this, there are broad outlines of late Soviet value system in Central Asia that we can more or less agree on. One being that the anchor of the Soviet, late Soviet value systems would be the Communist Party, and whatever the value orientations that the party imparted upon the society, the communist ideology, let's say, and values. And specifically among them, one might highlight secularism, or the secular principle in politics and in society in general. So the Soviet model of secularism is, of course, far deeper reaching, far widely applying model of secularism than, say, Western liberal secularism in the American model. Maybe more than the French model even. There's collectivism, which is not quite the communitarianism of the political theory, but collectivism in the sense of raison d'etat trumps all your individual preferences. And internationalism, in a way, for being the path for the Communist Party and movement to transcend national boundaries. Thirdly, there were local practices and views still intact, especially in tune with the second view on Soviet Union's transformation in Central Asia, which is that Central Asian societies still remained Muslim, of course, outside of the public view, but religious practices were there within family, private lives. There was tribal, or of course, I use this guardedly, but still, I mean, there's tribal or clan or whatever else the terminology varies on this. Solidarity, that is lines of solidarity, and to some level, the parochialism, that is focus on the more local, your neighborhood, your region, as opposed to the world or the Soviet Union as a whole. So all of these coexisted. So we're looking at having this very patchily characterized late Soviet Central Asia. We're looking at transformation of these societies after having gained independence, right? So the after of the before. What changed at independence in the value sphere? So structurally, or in a large print, we are talking about the hollowing out of the communist ideology, or communist hegemony, that is. It's empty now. The party is no more there. The institutional architecture is not there anymore, but that was upholding this whole value system. And mostly abandoned. I say mostly, but not totally, because of course the communist affiliations or support was still there for some time, maybe, and of course it waned out over time. Nowadays, of course, it's very hard to come up with any sizable community of communists. There was therefore because of this hollowing out of communism, there was quest for value-based legitimation of a new sovereign statehood. I say statehood in the sense that all people, not just the governments, but the whole society in a way was in that condition of a search for who we are. Number one, of course, was nationalism and generally identity politics. This asserting, almost for the kind of being pioneers on in this level, asserting on the international system of sovereign states, the Kyrgyzness, the Tajikness, Uzbekness, etc. Secondly, of course, religion, the comeback or re-emergence of Islam onto the public domain was very much a part of this political transformation process, in which it needed to be, it was used, or it was invited to additionally legitimate these new sovereign states. Then, of course, there was heed to universal values and standards. Of course, human rights was there, but maybe not strictly formally human rights, but generally concepts of freedom, civic freedom, political participation, democracy, plurality of political parties, elections, and all of these, or electoral politics, all of these came to Central Asia as more part and parcel of universal value standards in the political domain. And then, of course, there were remnants of post-communist values. And why I say post-communist, in the sense that communism is not there, but of course there were these lingering effects of communist personality, or communist civic character, or civic values that have remained quite for some time, including this collectivism, prizing of equality over freedom, prizing of government role in a very specifically communist model of a state. The socio-political values in Kyrgyzstan today. Firstly, just to say, what is this based on? Survey-based and on other empirical data have been increasing, and we saw some of it already today in these 2 days of the conference as well. But a lot of reliance on casual observations has happened, even if somewhat systematically done. It's a lot is based on new social media and social network discourses, and they are only partly informative, we have to admit. Most observations are derived more from events and processes. That is, when something dramatic happens, and then we are invited by the events, by the societies, to look into the values that are being transformed, not rather than through purposive sociometrics of values changes. When sociometrics meaning surveys such as world value surveys that are done regardless of what's happening in the society. Key events and processes that inform us regarding the value situation in Kyrgyzstan. And I say this, if we are observing Kyrgyzstani values transformation through events and processes, then these following events and processes are particularly informative for Kyrgyzstan. Number one, of course, political events. The latest is what we're observing these days. Similar important events were happening in 2005 and 2010. And there are many more others that have not been called revolutions. There are political parties, leaders, and electoral outcomes that are also informative about what people prefer, what people support or reject. There are international processes, events, and what the Kyrgyz reactions to them are. And I'm more specifically talking about things like the geopolitical competition of the greater powers and where the Kyrgyz find themselves, or what happens in Belarus or Ukraine and what the Kyrgyz feel about them. And then social movements. Movements, I mean specifically the migrations. Labor migration is a major phenomenon for the Kyrgyz society through which we're looking at to understand the values that are changing or diversifying, educational based movements, and some other ways of exposure, such as movie culture, TV series, or travel, cuisine, etc., etc. People coming to Kyrgyzstan is another, and partly some people explain xenophobia in Kyrgyzstan as very much informed by seeing a lot of Chinese people in Kyrgyzstan. The major lines of changing values to observe. So when we talk about changing values in Kyrgyzstan, of course, it's a plural thing. We're not talking about a linear or singular linear process. So in that sense, one thing that is overall very important to keep in mind is there is significant heterogeneity in the values domain. That is, it's partly a condition of pluralism, it's a good thing, but also partly a condition of fragmentation and divisiveness when it plays out in the more negative conflict prone effect. Now, more specifically, in terms of substantive areas where values have been transforming and changing is, of course, Islam and religion. There's a great diversity within the religious worldviews and transformation therein, from the most fundamentalist to atheist views. There is nationalism, from mild patriotism to divisive nationalism, from romantic nationalism to vindictive one. There's liberalism and democracy, things that we'd like to watch, really, including attitudes on things like individualism or I want this, I win, or individual success stories versus the values of more collectively oriented achievements. There's questions of human rights, civic liberties or civil liberties, etc. And then what we've mentioned a few times before as well, traditionalism, something crossing the lines of nationalism, religion, but not quite the same. That is looking for our roots, or looking back in order to find who we are. The concepts of competing concepts of Kyrgyzness, patriarchalism in especially gender relations, but generally overall in social relations. And to all of these, there are, of course, views opposed to them or developing views that are developing in juxtaposition to these traditionalist viewpoints. So these, I think, would be very important to look at as evolving in recent years. Most recently, and I'm especially looking at what has happened in the last couple of months, maybe not months, but even days, if you want. And generational divide. There is the elderly, or the old and the young, have come with various value attachments. The old being seen as more less able to reform, less capable of understanding new waves in the world, in economy, and etc., and more likely to be corrupt, versus the young, who are more likely to be the opposite of all of these. There are gender perspectives that are have been evolving but coming up very much to the forefront of the social discourse. The patriarchal views and more liberal or egalitarian views in gender roles. Urban-rural divide pushed itself very much to the forefront in the most recent days in the events of Kyrgyzstan. There are rule of law champions versus the more radical populist views who would think rule of law or sticking to the letter of the law is something of a shackle on Kyrgyzstan that is dictated from outside, or by people who are not truly part of the people. There was the language divide between Russian speakers, who tend to be both urban or are viewed as more liberal, likely to be more liberal, more urban, more educated, versus the Kyrgyz speaking, who are more rural, more traditionalist, etc., etc. So all of these lines and parallels be attaching onto itself. Here, I think in these last pages of development, most recent times, I think we should be especially interested in seeing the language issue as not really about liking Russia or not liking Russia, because it's always been about that, or viewed as being loyal or not loyal to Russia, but really becomes a matter of, within the Kyrgyz society, being able to effectively communicate across different social lines and gaps. Liberal and anti-liberal divide, again, has been discussed a lot, and what might be said as values bandwagoning, that is following behind things like Eurasianism or values compatible with authoritarianism, centralized state, paternalistic state, and all of those, which are imparted a lot by the geopolitical competition happening outside and above Kyrgyzstan. And the next slide must be the last one. No.
Emil, you have like 1 minute left. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the penultimate, but it's all factors affecting values transformation in Kyrgyzstan. These are, I'm just suggesting, as ways perhaps to try to understand how and why these values are changing, or what explains these. One, weak central government, somebody already mentioned, and therefore no hegemonic actor that orients in values. Political instability, and therefore low trust toward political parties, officials, and even more critical views regarding democracy, which doesn't exactly mean Kyrgyz society is anti-democratic, but simply trusts the government less. Moderately diverse society, which is good, as we said earlier, but also not quite conducive to strong culture of tolerance. Socioeconomic, international politics, I just said, and echoes of the Soviet past. Hence, much is assessed against that background of what we used to be in the Soviet Union, Those who are nostalgic want more of the Soviet-like paternalistic government, economic freedom being more limited, etc. And the last one, conclusions. So I think there's definitely has been considerable values transformation in Kyrgyzstan. The values palette in Kyrgyzstan is very diverse and in flux. So there's very great heterogeneity, which often verges on being fragmented and divisive. There's a challenge, which is to gain a handle on the before, that is what were we so as to arrive to today. And most lastly, important to aim at empirical studies, trying to explain rather than just to describe and provide the metrics of social changes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emil. That is a lot of food for thought, and we hopefully have enough time for the discussion later on this. Without further ado, I go to the last speaker. We are moving back to Tajikistan here. I welcome Karamon from, he's Karamon Bakosoda, if I pronounce it right. You are the director of Serkalo, which is also a research center based in Dushanbe in Tajikistan. Welcome, and we're very happy and looking forward to your assessment of value transformation in Central Asia, Tajikistan.
Hello for everybody. Thank you for such very interesting and very informative presentations. So I've tried during several days to discuss and to prepare for this presentation with my colleague who is Aziz Timurov. He's the head of he's younger and maybe he has some other views on the situation, so it was very useful to talk to him. He is the head of another center of free market in Tajikistan. So I will share our thoughts here, and this presentation, our presentation, is very similar to previous presentation of Emil, because in reality, we also consider the lack of information, lack of factual information for conducting some comparison between past and now. But having involved in conducting surveys starting from 2000 for 20 years and living in this country for 50 years already, so I have enough information to say. I think to compare, but anyway, it will be some subjective views and some information which can be compared between 2000 mostly and 2020. So first of all, I think we have to mention that this sphere of assessment, or maybe even overall sphere of values in our country, and not only in our country, is coming to be more sensitive and more restrictive to discuss. It became more political issue in our country, and we see such a situation in Russia, which is more informational, which have more informational influence on our country. Also, I think the same maybe in our neighboring countries. So this issue, government or state authorities trying to monopolize this sphere and trying to provide one type of values which should be followed by population, and this provision of the agenda is becoming very powerful, very strict, and they are trying to cut any type of other values exposure by other powers, or maybe by other authoritative persons or movements. And this also affects the conducting of social researches in this field, because issues which was maybe not so in 2003, 2004, even in 2010, now it's sometimes it's difficult to ask people about such issues.
What kind of issues would that be? Can you
So
name?
I will try. Let's say one of them is religion. It's very difficult to talk to people about religion because this issue is very politically affected, and people provide you are not sure about what type of is this reply sincere or not. So this, and therefore we are refusing to ask such questions because we are not sure absolutely about the quality of data, not because of the role of interviewer or because of quality of conducting the survey, but this is the issue of perception of population of such questions because of general atmosphere in society. So this is therefore this is very difficult to we should be very careful what we want to say, that we should be very careful on analyzing the sociological data researches in our country when we are thinking about when we are observing some researches, because they might be very strongly affected. This is very surprising to hear from me, who is in deal with conducting surveys, but we understand that this question should be somehow triangulated. We have to compare this data which we are receiving from the survey. We have to compare them with other sources, with even with our observations. But taking all this into account, we have prepared some directions where might transformations or might be not, maybe some directions which are more on trend, and let me talk about them. First of all, if we will talk about the general agenda in Tajik society, so it's really transformed. If we will start from 2000 to now, agenda is during the surveys in early 2000, in early zero years, we can observe that main issue which population was keen of, it was a peace and stability in society, and it was really described by the civil war which was happened in 19th in Tajikistan, and therefore reminding all of this population. First of all, it was for population, this was a trend of wish of peace and society. Now, during the survey, this agenda came down. Now population think about agenda. In future cases, there is no any significant changes. The values of youngest who understands that family is highest value. Each person should have family, should have children, and this is and there is no any significant changes during these 20 years. And another issue which we want to emphasize, that the role of society, the role of state, the role of government in the life of population is also remain unchanged. So as in the early 2000s, there was a role of government. If those who was planning to rely on government on solving some problems of them, was about 10% to 15. So now the same situation. Those who want to, who think that if on the cause of some problems, on the case of some problems, they will rely on government, on state institutions, is very low. Mainly this is the family members, mainly this is relatives and friends. So this is a very close network of those who you know, you will rely on them. This all up to now, this is remains unchanged. So this is, I think this is another value of family and your surrounding network versus government and government institutions. So this also remains unchanged according to our understanding. Another issue is value of motherland, home country, and nationality. This is also national identity. This issue may be increasing somehow starting from 2000, because this is maybe dictated by also, this is agenda of government, of state agenda, and we are trying to define our national identity, make it stronger, and therefore I think this, in this case, the agenda provided by government and our national self-understanding became synchronized together, and everybody wants to understand who we are, and the issues of Kyrgyzness, which was mentioned before, it's also actual for Tajik society, issues of Tajikness, who we are and how we are divided, what is our rules. These issues are very popular up to now, and any event related with Tajiks, rather bad or good, are very strongly and very on different platforms is discussed and on air. So this is remains and maybe increased in discussions on this, and maybe here we have some little bit more increase of this value of this nationality and Tajikness. So with regarding to gender issues, we are not observing big changes. The role of women still remains on society, on understanding of society, remains on the second as a second role. Still there is a affected understanding of the role of girls and women on their as a family caregiver, as a homekeeper, and everything related with this. So we can observe that there is less girls attending schools and university, mostly university. Even they use less mobile phones. Well, starting from 2010, we are constantly conducting surveys by phones, and we can observe that in any survey which is conducted by random calling, we can observe that there is 70 to 30 distribution of proportion of men and women responding to our call. We are forced to put quotas to survey more women during our service. Otherwise, we cannot give the balanced view of men and women in our service. And
can you please come to an end? The time is over already.
Okay.
Last sentence.
So, however, we can see that there is some transformations in this issue, because this not only this not some transformations, this some kind of polarization of women, understanding of women, because some women are, we can observe, addressed according to the religious requirements, and others are according to some, let's say, modern Western mode and more Western style, and some are driving cars, some are making some professions which are more related to men, according to previous understanding. So we can see some polarization of the gender role, the women role in society. So it's a deeper transformation rather than can be observed during some surveys. So religion becoming tremendous.
Really very short. We are over the time already.
Yes.
One sentence,
Okay.
please.
Religion becoming is a big transformation, and it's becoming problematic maybe sometimes, and therefore we observed some problems which was related with the participation of our members of our society in different situations. And so what can I say in final? So we are still on the process of transformation. There is some predictors of these changes in our society in values. One of them is penetration, is internet penetration, which is not big now, but it's becoming spreading, and it might be one of the basics for changes. And there is another issue of moving from Tajikistan to Russia, of population movement, not for only for labor migration, but also receiving citizenship and staying for live there. So this also might become provide some transition in our society. So thank you.
Thank you very much. These were actually very interesting data and details, particularly when you mentioned the external influence that could also be governmental influence, top down, but also external ones like from Russia, also due to the exchange of people or the movement of people. And what I also learned from you is about that the major shift in sort of values came from this peace and stability some 10, 20 years ago to more economic development, that this is the major concern right now. And what is also surprising often for researchers is, or what is interesting for researchers, actually the values, they don't change over time. And we expect them to change and they don't. And you highlighted the attitude towards family, towards governments, towards nationality, even so that goes up a little bit, but and gender in particular. Very interesting, Karaman, indeed. Again, a lot of food for thought. I know I don't want to take too much of your afternoon and we are way over the time, but if we can spare another up to 10 minutes most of discussions and questions. And I would ask all the participants and all the panelists in particular to answer very briefly, because I know we're all tired, and I hope you can also follow up maybe individually later on. Who wants to go first? Do I have any hands up? I had some questions already in the chat box, and there were a few comments. So Elira was there, Gulzada was there. So if you want to raise your points, you're more than welcome. Otherwise, I would like to highlight something that came through Rakim and Emil, but maybe also Karaman. You all had this implicitly. That's the generational gap. It's interesting. I've heard this over and over today, and also yesterday, by the way, that actually the big cleavage here, when we look at values, is what we have to look at the age groups, and then we see there is a generational gap. Not only those who have access to the internet, which plays a role, and we can say it's usually younger people, but that's maybe too simple of a question. There seems to be a generational gap. And yeah, I'm wondering whether you can elaborate particularly on that, how this generational gap, both in Kyrgyzstan, in Kazakhstan, in Tajikistan, shapes or changes the perception of values, not only the values, but also the attitude towards these values, democratic values, it could be human rights, it could be gender values, it could be participatory values, and actually the behavior. That I thought was very interesting. Then, apart from the generational gap, the second thing that I've heard with all the speakers was about this patriarchic societies, patriarchy. It seems to be clearly identified that is an issue. But I'm just wondering to what extent it can actually sort of even prohibit or stop the young generation from making changes in society. I'm not so sure. I do understand patriarchy, and I do understand that this is an important issue. I'm just wondering, on the one side, we talk about generational gap. On the other side, we talk about patriarchy. So what about the young people? And I have Aya. So I keep these questions generally for all, but I will collect the questions now because of the time. I have Ayan here raising the hand. Ayan, you have the floor.
Hello, thank you for this conference. It was amazing. And my question is, so speaking of the low trust into government these days and this change, I wanted to ask how this political instability and also the policy from the National Bank that that stopped temporarily the SWIFT transfers. So basically, you cannot take the money out of the country temporarily, but how far they can take it according to the legislation, I also don't know. And I wanted to ask, how do you think this policy might affect also the trust in financial institutions and the government? Thank you.
Yeah, the trust in government question based on this current policy?
Yes, the current policy of stopping the SWIFT money transfers.
Right. Is this a question to Emil or to, is it Kyrgyzstan now, right?
Kyrgyzstan,
Yes,
Emil.
it is about Kyrgyzstan. Yes, I can quickly answer that. I think, as I heard, the SWIFT closing has now been lifted or is about to. So it was really a measure to prevent massive flight of currency, basically, flight of money. So I think it has now already stopped. It was a very temporary block. But generally, trust in financial institutions, in banks, has been under attack for quite some time due to money laundering, due to insecurity of safes, bank boxes, basically. So there are many other reasons to distrust the financial sectors rather than these national bank measures. And generally, yeah, distrust or low trust in different government institutions, from the prosecution to police to all the way to the president of parliament, all of these really are resulting from their performance, from socioeconomic, very low growth rates, very poor performance, as well as high levels of corruption that everybody perceives to be touching them. And in terms of Anya's question, I think the generational gap, I'm not even sure to call it a gap, but simply the articulation of this generational change or the need to change. In Kyrgyzstan, it really came out to the forefront of this discussions of the last few days when, or basically it started before the elections, when the whole, when the thrust of kind of cross-cutting argument was that the old people need to go, the young people need to come. But then soon enough, we realized the young people can also be corrupt. Young people can also be very paternalistic and patriarchal in their worldviews, or very liberal, just like a lot of old people can also be very diverse. So I think by the generational gap, we really mean whether we're talking about a ruling class of leaders or people who grew up and who were schooled during the Soviet times and therefore have a certain view of the world, versus the younger generation who studied and came to know the world without the Soviet Union, who don't maybe even know what the Soviet Union was. and therefore, with the younger generation, we're talking about a greater openness to, but not automatic, greater openness to more liberal values, to values of universal application, etc. And therefore, so paternalism is a cross-cutting, cross-generational issue, and it goes hand in hand with nationalism, with many, in many ways, with religious revival, and so on.
And this is actually what I heard also from the other speakers, or maybe I was, you know, I'm selective, of course, in what I hear from you. Yeah. And I drew a picture here on my paper. It's like a wave, you know. You have democratic values, you have liberal values, of course, and people have a certain understanding. You have a patriarch values, you have traditional values, and it seems like in all these countries there are just certain waves, you know. Sometimes people strive, they have a tendency to say we want more sort of freedoms, of liberties, participation, we want minority protection, and then, you know, 2-3 years later, due to an incident, to pandemic, or to whatever, other values that come up again, but all these values are constantly there. There has not been really a dramatic shift or change that would be consolidated. It's this typical question when you ask about consolidated democracies, or in democracies that are more stronger, you know, this typical question is there a way of return to autocracy? What's the only game in town? And if you have sort of 60-70% of the people saying no, democracy is the only game. When you don't have that majority, then you do not have that consolidated, let's say, democratic values in society. Actually, it seems like this is what's happening in Central Asia. Of course, you know, you embrace some democratic values, human rights values, but nothing is really dominant. It's not like people want to go back to 200 years ago and these sort of values. Yeah. But you know, I'm trying to understand what happens there. But maybe,
yeah, if we were to really look for the only game or the dominant game in the town, I think it's not really democracy, especially if we are talking outside of Kyrgyzstan. It's more like a paternalistic state or patriarchy more generally. That is the dominant game in the town, and then there are on the fringes, on the margins, there is gender equality, there is reform, there is liberalism, etc.
Interesting. I have Elira now with a question, and I would like to have then a last round among all the speakers. Elira.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Emil, for a very interesting presentation about values. Yes, it needs to be researched, and we need a local research on values both in Kyrgyzstan and Central Asia, systematic and regular research long-term. I have a question about modernity. We didn't have any research regarding modernity in Kyrgyzstan. Like, do you think that Kyrgyzstan had a during USSR we had a modernity, and now we are living maybe in a postmodern world, or I don't know, maybe multiple modernities we have, or we have never been a modern even during Soviets. So after these events, most researchers are asking these questions about modernity in Central Asian societies. What do you think of this?
Yeah, I think really we need to understand the society in its complexity. Modernity is, of course, a very broad and abstract term, and it works better in theory when we want to categorize development through modernity, postmodernity, or pre-modern times. But really, in terms of modernization, if we want to work in terms of modernization theory, then of course the Soviet Union did a lot of change, brought a lot of changes to these societies. But like I said, many researchers by late Soviet time period were tapping onto empirical evidence of both changes and various pockets or aspects of social life where that such changes did not occur, such as, again, in terms of family hierarchies or gender roles that seemed to change, but then quickly returned to something that was that seemed to have been surpassed in the Soviet times. So I think modern societies, today's societies, are a little too complex to categorize them as modern or postmodern. Everything is happening at the same time, and we have to, and that's part of the challenge in times like the most recent developments in Kyrgyzstan, where the different strata of the society are speaking at very different levels to different sorts of values, to different audiences, and not quite able to come to a common ground. Yeah, I think it's a very important subject to research, I think, indeed.
And I find this question so interesting. I would like to pass it on to Karaman and to Rakim. Is the Tajik society a modern society today? And the Kazakh too? Or what are there more? Are there plural modernities? Karaman.
So maybe Saudat Olimova will be also good to attract to this discussion. On my understanding, really, we are both, all of the region is somehow divided. So we have some part of society which is very modern, and others are very yes, it's very conservative and lost in past, which are very strictly following some very traditional rules, and which is affecting our move forward. And this situation is also somehow forced by our states also. This, I think this, we have to take this into account, because very modern society is considered maybe as a somehow problem for the government, and maybe this is one of the roots for slow penetration of modernization in our society.
Thank you. Rakim, you have actually the last word. I'm asking you, is Kazakh society a modern society, a traditional society?
Actually, so I don't like generalization like this, because of course I think you agree that any generalization is a priori false. And let me talk about the example about ordinary family, especially about my family. So my father, he's 1952, was born, and he doesn't know how to type short messages on phone. So, and he's following some Russian TV channels. So I'm talking with you. So my son is following US bloggers and rappers. I don't know the names. And my 5 years daughter, she is addicted to TikTok, and she knows how to dance and so forth. So it tells us that, for me, it tells that this values and the cultural kind of sphere could be quite different even in the family, in a single family, in generations. So, and the generalization of the Kazakh society, modern or not modern, yes, part of this is quite modern, is quite westernized. It depends on the region, on the city, on the social status. Some of us, they are more traditional, and it's okay. It's okay, but for me, it's the most important thing how we are ready to talk with each other, and to agree about our common interests and about our own interest, not to hurt others' interests. And it's all about the civil society. It's all about the bridging social capital. It's all about the politics. And in this case, I think the Kazakh society is more healthy, and I see quite positive trends, especially during the last 30 years. So definitely we can see huge modernization
in different spheres and also in those.
Thank you so much. It's a perfect last sort of sentence and word also to this conference. And with this, we actually close this conference. And thank you very much to the last panelists to also in a way round up, because there were many questions asked yesterday exactly in that direction. And you gave a lot of at least food for thought. I think this is what we can take most all from this conference, and some answers and overall some explanations, some insights, latest data on value transformation, on values as such, and particular what I'm taking back from this conference too, from the various speakers, is the level of fragmentation in Central Asian societies, not only between generations and between political attitudes, between gender and many, many aspects, and that this fragmentation also matters on how you perceive even universal values. And we also had that discussion today. I can say on behalf of the OSCE Academy of and on my colleagues, and I think I can also speak on behalf of Alexander Walters, who had to leave unfortunately a little bit earlier. Thank you very much for joining us for this conference and for the second annual conference on transformation. And I would actually like to give the last word, the very last word, to Alexander Rosblättler from the Friedrich Ebert Foundation. Alexander, can you're on the line?
Thank you, Anya. You did an
I'm
amazing
surprising
job.
you.
You did an amazing job moderating this very interesting panels. And thank you all participants. I found this conference, your inputs amazing and interesting, especially because we have so many different speakers coming from different backgrounds, political analysts, social researchers, also human rights lawyers. So this was a complete picture of the current development, and I liked it a lot. And to be continued next year again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alexander. Yes, we will do our best to have another transformation conference next year. And I'm already looking forward to seeing you then all back at the premises of the OSCE Academy. Keep fingers crossed that we will all meet in person again very, very soon. Thanks again to all of you. Goodbye.